Okay, welcome back to the Awakening Philosophy Podcast. My name is Jed. How are you doing? We are in the second half of the Oxiding Pictures. We're exploring, we've done a lot of work on reading this book, which may be the greatest book ever written. So far, you are being encouraged to write a sequel to this book. I hope you can recognize why it's necessary. That sequel would be Socrates and Jesus, a dream analysis and midwife talk in heaven. But the book has also mentioned that we should do a sequel to the book Socrates and Buddha, a discussion in heaven about the stages of enlightenment that human beings go through in their experience. Now, I hope you understand why we need those sequels. First of all, the first one, we have recognized that you can't, the human struggle isn't just about truth. It's truth and humanness, in that human beings are blocked from relating to truth, accepting truth, integrating truth, and even participating in the dialectic, which is our method to reach truth. Now, what we're also seeing is the idea of truth is fundamentally connected with one and good. Because these are the aspects that we use to describe the self, or the ultimate state of enlightenment. The one self, the good self, the true self. And what we are saying is that's the inherent logos within the self. Even though it's one without qualities, it's also the primary principle for what the good is and what is true. So that understandability about what we can recognize of the self, that is itself beyond experience, we call the logos, or the fundamental axiom or the fundamental principle we have to take for granted to exist as a human being and participate in, thought, reality, understanding, spiritual growth, all of it. So, the human problem is a block to those very primary principles. We are opposed to our own benefit or our good. We react negatively to truth. And we oppose bringing ourself, our soul, and our species into a oneness. So we will always be divided, opposed to oneness. We will be doing bad things that hurt us and prevent our development instead of the good. And we will participate in scams and lies forever because of our opposition to truth. Unless we write the second book, or we demonstrate how the cause of that, those blocks are our fundamental. They're fundamental, they're unsuspected, they are false beliefs about self and reality that, again, that's what it means to be fundamental, but also unsuspected because we came to them without words.
People don't logic their way into stupid positions, they stupid their way into positions.
Imitation, belief. The name for that fundamental, unsuspected, false belief about the self and reality that blocks our participation in truth, good, and one, and the activity called the dialectic, which is our method to reach those things, that's called the pathologos. Just as what we defined as the inherent oneness or one good and true qualities about the self, we could call the self-logos. So therefore, our job is twofold: to uncover and purify ourselves from our pathologos beliefs and use that freedom to follow the self-logos. Now, the pathologos is an image of the self. So isn't that interesting? Human problems are not caused by evil. It's caused by a distorted reflection and taking the reflection as though it were real. That's the game. We are everything in principle seeks their own goodness, desires their own goodness, seeks true goals, and wants to comprehend or bring things into a oneness or a one. We all want to know and understand the self. In principle, that's what life is. That's axiomatic. So to explain human problems, it's first of all, it's irrational, but also unnecessary to posit a completely different set of motivations and forces of reality that seek the bad or the false or the many. Evil or Satan can't exist in principle, and we've done the dialectics to demonstrate that, but are also unnecessary because we can recognize that the things that are used to justify or point to the existence of evil, the conflict within man's soul, our aversion to what is good, what is true, what is one, and our seeking what opposes that we don't need a fairy tale about a horned supernatural creature ruling over a lake of fire to punish people. Nope, it's actually a distorted image of what we seek that we take as real. That's the pathologos. So the image of the self sitting on the throne of the actual self that we seek through the self-logos. So the self-logos of the self compared to the image of the self and its associated pathologos, that causes our interpretations. And we've recognized that there's a map, there's a hierarchical stages of development that you go through in terms of your interpretations. How you interpret to add what isn't there or to leave out what is. From rejecting all the way to accepting and the trying to keep both along the way. So those 5 steps, of course, are to reject what is true, to offer your own alternative beliefs, to take a piece of what's true while keeping the old beliefs, to take the true but also try and unify them with the old, and then ultimately to reject the old and accept the new. So that final stage of interpretation, thumbs up, reflects our purpose as a human being, to sacrifice or purify ourselves from our false beliefs about the self and reality, and to be therefore free to understand and know the truth about self and reality, to apprehend the self-logos. So that's our purpose. And therefore, the book has demonstrated Jesus hitting a brick wall of interpretation, preventing his further participation in the dialectic to go beyond a glimpse. Jesus is in this Gospel of Mark, Jesus apparently has a glimpse, has a brilliant light experience, but doesn't go on to develop, or doesn't go on to do his human purpose. He doesn't go on to purify his false beliefs and develop an understanding of that experience so he can go into that experience in greater depth and integrate it and ultimately go through it to recognize that even it has a cause. In Jesus' life, he didn't do that and had a tragic end, or a pathetic end, a Greek tragedy. The tragic hero recognizes at the end, when it was too late, that his false beliefs that he should have examined were the cause of his tragic downfall. In the Gospel of Mark, that doesn't happen. He blames God. Why have you abandoned me? And we know that the But everything was okay in the end because Poochie magicked his way to heaven, or the resurrection story of Jesus, the Easter tale, was added 200 years later, and that's accepted. And if you have a decent Bible, they will include that in the footnotes of that at the end of Mark. It will say on the bottom, these passages about Easter, Jesus magicking from the dead, and all that stuff was added 200 years. This is proven. Added by the church 200 years after this text was written. So, as in his life on earth, so too in the conversation in the afterlife. So that same problem Jesus is playing out in the conversation with Socrates. He is able to talk about a lot of things and explore a lot of things and gain a decent amount of understanding, but when it comes to reflecting on that brilliant light of being experiences cause, so using understanding on that glimpse to recognize even that has a cause, the cause is prior, superior, and independent from its effect, but the effect has a likeness to the cause, as above, so below. So we should be able to reflect on that light experience to develop an understanding of what might be even higher. So mind, knowing itself as the brilliant light of being, is a reflection of the self as its cause, giving us the penultimate and ultimate spiritual experiences, the glimpse of consciousness or reality or being, leading to reflecting on it with understanding that you can only do if you are also sacrificing or purifying your false beliefs at the same time. Otherwise, the beliefs will get in the way of that development and that reflection. We discovered that in reading the book that the state of mind of belief is certainty, and our approach to our beliefs is literalism. We take our beliefs literally. Whereas what we're seeing is, what we should be doing is replacing our certain state of mind with openness, curiosity, wonder. So from certainty to curiosity, and we're not supposed to be taking our beliefs or even our experiences literally, but reflecting on them analogically as a reflection of what must be the cause of it. For example, if you look at yourself in the mirror, you're seeing a reflection. It's diminished. It's lacking your best qualities. It doesn't have a mind. It doesn't have a will. Doesn't have independent thought. It's a reflection. Also, it's distorted. You hold up your left hand, the mirror holds up its right. So it's not true completely. But, and by the way, if you're certain that that's you, and anyone comes along and tells you that that isn't, you might fight them in a holy war or in any sort of conflict. Because you're taking your reflection literally. But we recognize that's stupid. You're not supposed to take your reflection literally, but as an analogical reflection. To be curious about your true makeup or whatever you're looking in the mirror to do. In the same way, our beliefs give us a sense of certainty. As the accepted state of mind within the family clan, I am a Christian. Jesus is Lord. I will kill you if you disagree with me. That's how certain I am in my beliefs. And I take the Bible literally. If my pastor says that the Bible says that billionaires are okay and we need to hurt immigrants, then that's what I take literally. Now, of course, what we're seeing is theology. Well, if our purpose is to create the space through openness and curiosity for that glimpse into reality, through reading, as we do on this channel, and surfacing your interpretations to your reading, which are messages about your beliefs that get in the way of your reading. So that purification of your own false beliefs and the development of understanding through reading can create a space for this experience of mind-minding mind, or consciousness knowing itself, or ousia. Just as we reflect on the books that we're reading, that's a kind of ousia. Ousia itself is the capacity for mind to turn around and know itself completely, but our job is to therefore reflect on that as an analogy. What are the aspects we can glean from that experience? After the experience, can you intellect? It's experienced as a brilliant, profound, luminous oneness, but after that experience, because all experiences have a beginning and a middle and an end, when it ends, can you intellectually distinguish aspects, not parts? You wouldn't say that harmony is a different thing to beauty. Well, you would say that they're different things, but you wouldn't call them separated, would you? So they're not separate parts, so we say aspects. That's theology, that's metaphysics. The inherent aspects and inherent structure of intelligence, thought itself, reality itself, that we can understand to gain information about what might be its cause, which is our ultimate goal, the self. While at the same time addressing our intruding beliefs that try to sabotage that process. Because that's what beliefs do. Beliefs are not neutral, they are opposed to understanding. Because beliefs are always from someone else. You are believing someone else. You're not understanding for yourself. And as we know, any good person would be encouraging you to read and reflect on these texts that we read, on the problems that you have, and on your dreams. Those are the three things. The text to find out what's true, your problems or your interpretations to remove what's false, and your dreams which give you guidance for both. No good person would tell you, hey, just believe me, bro. No one. In fact, those were one of the last things Socrates ever said. Don't believe anything I say. That's bad, even though what I'm saying is true. Because if it's just a belief, then someone else can come along with a belief that's more appealing or more familiar to you, and you'll believe them. And you'll end up hating whatever I said that was true, because you'll think that I tricked you. So, beliefs from anyone that is venerating or saying beliefs are good are bad. Always. Because they're based on trusting someone's appearance rather than thinking for yourself. But not only that, belief as a cognitive function is to play the lesser role. And we have done some dialectics on dialectical or structured reasoning to demonstrate that by definition, beliefs are the cause of our human problems. You associate with a limit opposed to the free or unlimited. You are a part in opposition to the whole. You're a Mormon in opposition to non-Mormons. You're a Christian trying to bring Armageddon. You're a Jew trying to genocide all the Palestinians. That's what belief is. Necessarily. The highest idea of good is to, for your specific belief clan to be in charge of everyone else and have all the things. And the worst evil is to threaten someone in that chosen group. Easy to see with conservative politics, easy to see with capitalist billionaires, easy to see with religious groups. That's their whole thing. God wants us to be in charge. God made me king. God made Donald Trump billionaire pope, whatever, AI Jesus. The billionaires get to have all the money and do all the racism because God made them smarter. But we all carry that. And that's demonstrated, as we saw in the text, from the story of Achilles, who was the worst kind of a person, who certain that his family and his family's state of being and beliefs were chosen by the gods. But he realized that this way of being, which we call the pathologos, was the cause of his best friend's death and many great people dying, but he was able to turn it around through dream analysis and midwifery. So we have a model. That's the Hellenic model, and as Socrates says, it's the one path, again, one not many, one true path, true not false, for our necessary benefit, good not bad, one true good path of the dialectic or the self-logos called being Hellenic, that we all need. So that's the dynamic of our, of being human and our spiritual development. Development of understanding. And by the way, you can see this in anything. As you study something in school, if you carry a false belief that you are not capable, you will have the conflict that arises so long as you're attached to that image of yourself that says, I can't learn this thing. You can't at the same time learn the thing, because the learning, the development of understanding changes your image of yourself and your way of being. That's real education. At the end of your study, you are now thinking of yourself differently. I'm a qualified doctor. That's a different idea of yourself. And if you are carrying an image of yourself that's opposed to it, so too will it oppose every step along the way. So that's our purpose, to develop an understanding. And usually people seek an understanding of something they're interested in the physical world, becoming a doctor, becoming a vet, becoming a chef, playing music, some sort of art maybe, science, math, and then recognizing that all of these follow fundamental principles that we take for granted, and the patterns of any of those subjects reflect a higher set of principles, or it is itself a lower reflection of something more meaningful, the intelligibility within self and reality. Then you become a philosopher, understanding the nature of self and reality, or the self-logos. That's what we do here. So the development of understanding about the self and reality that creates the conditions for the direct experience, there's understanding and knowing, while at the same time looking for our images that are behind our beliefs. So those are the 4 cognitive functions, and there's some confetti. Our beliefs, our images that cause our interpretations and our blocks and our conflict, and finding the root beliefs that cause those image thinking. And of course, there's an image of the self at the root cause behind your beliefs. That's our ignorance we're here to purify. And free from that, some balloons, the development of understanding, which itself comes from knowing, or the activity from the paradigm. So wisdom, to know the nature of self or reality as a whole with understanding. Ignorance, a false image and image thinking caused by your beliefs. 2 fundamental stages. But notice, when we talk about wisdom, there would be some confetti. There would be 2 kinds of stages of wisdom. To directly know, or ousia, reality, that's the glimpse that we've been talking about, the brilliant light of being experience. Of course, we want it to go from a glimpse to a longer experience. Can you stay in it for 10 minutes, 15 minutes? Can you go back there often? Because that's our object of reflection, to reach the second, or the first really, the ultimate state, the self. In other words, If you want to know yourself, the longer you look in the mirror, the more you can see the things that are reflected. So the greater you can have that experience and integrate it, because it's also the model of justice and beauty and excellence in our physical world, for our physical world. It's the paradigm of reality itself, apparently. It's the demiurgos, or the creating intelligence, using itself as the paradigm. But also it's our paradigm for philosophical reflection. We want to know what beauty is itself, not as an adjective. I mean, we look at adjectives perhaps at the beginning to recognize, oh, there's beauty there and beauty there and beauty there. There must be a cause for beauty at all of those individual places. That's the movement from sense particulars to ideas. And when we say ideas, we don't mean concepts. As a kind of abstraction. They have their own life force and being, existence, intelligence. How loud am I? Am I too loud? Maybe I'm okay. We'll keep it as it was. So, all of that we've just summarized, we have been able to represent in the maps that we've been developing to recognize our purpose, therefore, is to go from to reach the ultimate state of self by addressing our ignorance, which as a whole, or the model of our ignorance, are our beliefs. Beliefs are to do with images of the physical world, and they function in opposition to our development of understanding and mind. They're not neutral to be ruled by beliefs. Now you could say, well, actually, don't you have to start by believing in certain principles to begin studying science or math? That's a kind of a trust, but it's not being ruled by belief. You are learning understanding when you learn how to do math or something. Equally so, for math and science and music to work, there are certain axioms that have to exist prior. That's the movement from when we examine those axioms, well, those axioms that we need for science, that's philosophy, and the principles for those axioms to exist, that's the final stage. Forget that, that was a bit too, I don't think that was clear enough. Let's go back to our review. Our ignorance caused by our beliefs and image thinking prevent our development into understanding, a development of understanding, which is our activity, and to know it as a whole, or our ousia, that's our mind experience. So that's the movement from ignorance to wisdom. And of course, there's another stage of that for mind to exist, for there to be existence eternally as pure being, for there to be intelligence, for there to be a paradigm. There has to be a cause. For this to be, there has to be a cause that is higher and more fundamental that we are seeking. That's the self. And the words that we, or in other words, we can use the word self. A very easy way of seeing that is, hey, in that experience of pure mind, it's the greatest possible experience, sure. But is there something experiencing it? What do you want to call that awareness? Self. That's the word that we use in English, self. Autos in Greek. Your experiences come and go, change. Even this peak experience has an end. Is there something that stays the same through all of it? And if it's the experiencer of qualities, can it have any qualities itself? Not in the way that mind or the physical world has qualities. And by the way, the highest words we use, and of course it's the highest use of language that's used to describe mind, pure beauty, reality itself, bliss, excellence, the ideal justice, the model of justice, or of all the words, it's a oneness, all of those things together as a unity or oneness. It's beauty and justice, so it's goodness, the source of providence, and it's also the truth about reality. For there to be a oneness, there has to be first an idea of the one. For there to be a goodness, there has to be the idea of good. For there to be truth, there has to be the idea of true. So these are the three words that we use to describe the self. It's one, no parts. It's the good that we seek. And it's what is true, or ultimate reality. So, we do have a question here. If we recognize within these three dimensions, again, true, truth, or the physical world where we see our distortions or what's false, represented with theology, the hero's journey through the physical world to reach mind or the realm of the gods, because those things that we reflect on with understanding we could personify. Instead of talking about beauty, we could talk about Aphrodite, for example. The gods and the single God, the one, the self. So we can have the hero's journey through the gods to reach the ultimate God. In mythology, again, not literally, we recognize that in each of these levels there is an activity and a model, a whole and part, in terms of our cognitive functions. Your ignorance as a whole we call beliefs. How it functions to oppose your goodness, oneness, and truth we call image thinking. People who are motivated by shapes and colors. Brown color, bad. Woman shape, bad, says American incels. Palestinian color or shape, evil, says the Jewish people doing a genocide. Muslim, bad, says the American hogs. Rednecks. Sexism, racism, all that same sort of shit. Image thinking. The functioning, another way we could talk about that is, let's put it on the board actually. Let's put it on the board. Because we've recognized the structure that we are supposed to, but that we are using to actually reach what is true, good and one, or real. What's going on here? Oh no, it's doing the thing. Oh, good God. Let me see if I can fix it. Let's talk while I see if I can fix it. What we are using to do that is the dialectic. That's the name of it. Well, let's fix it. Sometimes this fixes it. Yeah. Yep. Hooray. We fixed it. And we recognize there are 4 parts. Oh, we do have them on the board. Oh, definition, demonstration, division, and conclusion. That's the 4 stages of the dialectic, represented in our movement from wisdom, from ignorance to wisdom. But within each realm, you can see definition and division. Sorry, definition and demonstration. The thing itself and its functioning. The definition of mind is that peak experience. Its functioning is through the dialectic or understanding that we can see has its purpose to address and remove your ignorance, to perfect your own understanding by reflecting on its model, and third, to reflect on that model and recognize it itself must have a cause, so you can go to the other side, or the other side of heaven, or from the penultimate to the ultimate. So isn't that interesting? And by the way, all right, but so our question is, if there is a definition and demonstration, or a whole and part, or a model and activity, or an ousia and logos in each of these realms, why is there just one hypothesis in philosophy, in the hypotheses of Parmenides, for the realm of self? Someone would say, well, because it's one. By definition, it's a pure one. It can't have qualities. But if it's an ultimate state, wouldn't there be the thing itself, or the ousia, the knowing of the self, and could there be some sort of activity? And the book has given us a clue. Socrates talks about in the book that we've been reading, if you recognize this glimpse of this peak experience, or pure light experience, can be reflected on as the paradigm for reality, this ousia must have inherent in it the logos. The logos that we use and master in the dialectic of understanding must be inherent within the ousia. There has to be a cause for that. Socrates calls that chronos. Cause, prior, superior, independent from mind itself, meaning there's another stage of enlightenment beyond intelligence itself, or reality itself, or being itself. He said, hang on a second, that same principle would mean that chronos has its cause too. And that's in addition to the hypotheses that we have from philosophy, from Socrates' teacher Parmenides. He has the first hypothesis is that the whole, or ousia, or is it the activity? How does Uranos and Chronos fit in? So that's the question that we are carrying with us as we read these ox-herding pictures. Each of the ox-herding pictures, we are seeing the dialectic. You encounter something, definition. You have your own demonstration of that. You have your own state of mind. It can function or division in a certain way, and there is a conclusion. You're either open to the next stage or you're blocked. And what we've been doing is seeing that dialectic in each of the ox-herding pictures. So what are we doing? We've developed an understanding of the dialectic, the human art, what it means to be a true, rational human being, entering the race of Homo sapiens, man the thinker, the art of dialectic that we're here to master. We are taking that with us to understand the Buddhist ox-herding pictures, which is the closest thing to a map of what it's like to go through this process. So while we can understand the stages in principle with philosophy, along with the kinds of pathologos, false beliefs that humans can have that prevent our participation in those stages, and equally we can recognize the 5 kinds of interpretation humans go through, and 10 if you include the rejections of them. The interpretations that the functioning of our belief to prevent our accepting of the next stage that we are going into. So while we can recognize these in principle, the reason we're in the ox-herding pictures is we want to see what it's like What is it like for someone to go through, to have a glimpse of ousia, but still have their problems? Because these are states of mind you can go in and out of. So philosophy gives us the map, the ox-herding pictures, which is the closest thing to a spiritual map that we have from Zen Buddhism, gives us, a kind of map of the human, of the human process of going through this map. So we get the stage, let's say it this way, we get the stages from philosophy, we get the, the map from, or we get the map from philosophy, we get the stages of human development from the ox-herding pictures. I'm sure you can think of a better metaphor than that. But that's the point. That's what the ox-herding pictures give us. Someone who's had a glimpse of mind or wisdom, be it through a peak experience or through a love of understanding, recognizing the intelligibility of reality. Oh, understanding is great. It solves problems. Oh, and it allows us to participate in beauty, understanding how to play music, understanding how to do math, understanding that there's a model and structure behind both. So having a glimpse of this, how do we go through our process of, the first two ox-herding pictures are you're in ignorance. The next depict going from a glimpse to further integration and mastery of wisdom. And then what's it like to go beyond that? That's the ox-herding pictures. So while we needed the sequel of this book to do with, called Socrates and Jesus, a Dream Analysis and Midwife Talk, to address our belief counterattacks and interpretation, to address our pathologos beliefs that we are certain about that block that development because Jesus has been blocked. We also need another sequel to take both together to create an understanding of what it's like for a human being to go through the removal of your false beliefs or pathologos and your development from ignorance into wisdom into the self. So kind of a clumsy review or summary, but that's the game. What is it like for someone who has woken up to their purpose? And what can we have stages of development? And is there something beyond pure intelligence? And our question that we've mentioned, is there one or two? Is it a Chronos and Uranus, or is it just a first hypothesis oneself? All right, let's jump in. So there is our new stone tablet. All right, so the first 5 we covered last time. In search or seeking the ox, which is a level of ignorance. Let me just fix. I haven't had any sound drops today. Let's do some sound drops.
It's awesome and it's gangster.
That's right.
Jester Goon Maxed.
That's right.
I'm cute. Like, it's cutie pie.
Okay, that's also right. Now, is that music too loud? Let me bring it down a little bit.
Everything this guy does is perfect and beautiful. And he's handsome. I said it.
That one's perfect and exactly the case.
Seeking the ox. Now, we did look at this last time, so let's do this quickly. So what are we looking for? What's encountered? Definition. Your state of mind? Demonstration. How does it function? How do you function with it? Division. And how does it end or conclusion? How does it anticipate the next? Why search? Why search? Why follow this channel? Why do the stuff that we do here? Why reflect and read and have fun?
I would scoop the moon in a cup for you.
Why? But we would scoop the moon in the cup for you if you did, but why do it? Because man has already turned his back on his true nature. You cannot see it. Because of your defilements. Now, what are we doing? Whoops. Sorry about that. The ox has never really gone astray, so why search for it? So what are we doing? We're translating this into understanding because of the work in the book that we've done. Why seek self or reality? I know what I am. I know what the world is. I've always known. I learned from my papa and my mama. My mother was a saint. My dad was the strongest dad and could beat up your dad. Why would I do this weird thing about actually seeking the nature of self and reality if I know it already? Getting some more light on my face. Because of his defilements, he has lost sight of the ox. So we're wondering, what does the ox mean? Is it mind? Is it self? Is it the logos? Because those are the three big ones. And on the map, you can see those three big ones on the map too. The first hypothesis is the self. The second hypothesis is mind. Its functioning is understanding, or the logos. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And our problems are 4 and 5. So because of his defilements, what do we take? What's the cause of our problems? Our pathologos image of what's good and real and true. Vice that appears to be virtue, our pathologos. Because of our pathologos, false beliefs that we are identified with, we have lost sight of the ox. Self or reality. Suddenly he finds himself in a maze of crisscrossing roads. So again, many paths and not one. The logos, to be Hellenic. Greed for worldly gain and dread for loss. We are in the physical world, physical pleasures, the Epstein billionaire classes, the conservatives, clergy, and billionaires, they seek this. Ironically, considering the qualification for what it means to be a ruler of any of those things, to be a ruler of society, spirituality, or economy would be wisdom. A bit of an irony there, or we live in a backwards world, or a world ruled by injustice. But also interesting that belief and image thinking is a imitation of knowing and understanding. Your ideas of wrong and right dart out like daggers. People use their ideas as debate weirdos.
Debate perverts.
You're wrong, and therefore I get to punish you and take your stuff. So I get to be a cruel sadist, which is, of course, we see, why is cruelty the point? Why don't religious figures or conservatives or billionaires actually help people? Why do they always want to murder and torture and rape and genocide? Because belief can't do understanding required to solve problems. So it can only do harm. It also doesn't have the experience of knowing. So to take as a surrogate for what it means to know as a feeling state and what it means to solve problems as understanding, it takes the only thing it can do, cruelty. You can't believe your way into fixing a computer, but you can believe your way into smashing one. So that's sadism. To desire the infliction of cruelty as an imitation of knowing and strength. Sadism. Seems like evil, doesn't it? If there was such a thing as evil, it would be that. But of course, it's the pathologos. So, using ideas of right and wrong as daggers. So what do we seek? So what's encountered? Our defilements, our ignorance. What's it like? Greedy, afraid, dread, fear state, fear of losing your physical stuff. And how does it end? He hears cicadas chirping in the trees. Now this could be a block, or it could be an openness to the next state. If you hear cicadas chirping in the trees and you're open and curious about them, so what are our two states of mind? Certain and literal. I'm certain that those cicadas are literally the only thing that can participate in music, compared to open and or curious and not certain, an analogy and not literal. I'm curious about what that music might represent in reality. How can there be a beauty in reality? How can they participate in it? Is there a beauty that I can participate in? So that's the way it could go at the end. Number 2, finding the tracks. Through sutras and teachings, he discerns the tracks of the ox. So what are we doing? We're reading these books that reflect the logos, that are complete and intelligible, even reading these ox herding pictures. And we are discerning the tracks of the ox. What would they be? The harmony, the logos, maybe? Realizing that there's a pattern. And he has been informed that just as the different vessels are basically the same gold, so too is everything the manifestation of the self. So these sutras that we're reading are always about the self. So whether you're reading Homer, again, read the Balboa translation because that's the only one that's decent. Socrates, Balboa translations of Plato, his student who wrote about his dialogues, or Pierre Grimes, they're all about the self. But here we are hearing that self is the first cause. So this is the introduction of the axiom, the fundamental principle that you can't prove, but you have to take for granted to play the game. Now you may be able to prove it once you reach the self. But here you are just reading and learning that everything is a manifestation of the self, but you cannot distinguish good from evil. Now, what we are seeing, logos from pathologos, or truth from falsity. He has not yet entered the gate, but he sees in a tentative way the tracks of the ox. So someone who's come across this channel, maybe they love understanding, they're realizing, oh, it's all about the self. Oh, and it's all understandable. We live in an intelligible world. But I don't quite know how to solve, I really want to solve problems, but I don't quite know how to do it yet. But I see that in principle, it can be done. In principle, it could be. I'm open to the idea that problems are solvable, and I'm starting to find the tracks of the ox to see how it all comes together. The poem, innumerable footprints has he seen in the forest and along the water's edge. Over yonder, does he see the trampled grass? Even in the deepest gorges of the topmost mountains can't hide the ox's nose that reaches right to heaven. So how does it end? Is that an ox over there? And does it reach all the way to heaven? Now heaven, not literal, personification of our ideal state of mind. So what's encountered? Understanding, the logos, these books that we write. The state of mind, tentative, unable to distinguish. So confused but tentative. Over yonder he sees. Does he see it? So confused, unable to distinguish, curious, tentative, but he's learning through understanding that there may be a pattern to reality and a path that we are to walk. So that's what's encountered, his state of mind. How does it function? Well, he's listening, he's reading. How does it end? Is there an ox over there? Is it only over there? A block? Or could it be something that I reach myself? 3. First glimpse of the ox. If he but will... Oh, and by the way, there's another poem up here. I'm reading the translation from the who is it? Oh, what's the guy's name? Kukan Shien, which you'll find in the 3 Pillars of Zen, which is a modern book. But the Kukan Shien is a Chinese Zen master from the 12th century. If he will but listen to the everyday sounds, he will come to realization, and at that instant, he will see the very source. So he's gone from reading about it, hearing about it, to seeing it in a realization in an instant.
My head is quite large and filled with secrets.
That's right. Now, your head is quite large and filled with secrets in this glimpse. So this is the glimpse of the ox. He sees the very source. The 6 senses are no different from this true source. So we've talked about the senses as intelligences. In other words, you see through your eyes, you see through your ears, you think through your ears, you hear, through your brain, you think. But the single intelligence is what we're talking about. So the true self seems to be mind, or the second hypothesis. In every activity, the source is manifestly present. It is analogous to the salt in the water or the binder and paint. Everything is mind. Imagine that realization. And mind is, of course, if it's the underlying nature of the physical world, it is, in principle, eternal. Imagine realizing your intelligence is eternal. What would that do to your fear of death? When the inner vision is properly focused, one comes to realize that that which is seen is identical with the true source. And the poem, a nightingale warbles on a twig. The sun shines on undulating willows. So undulating willows, the back and forth, the problems that we face, the coming and going of the physical world, the ups and downs. Behind all of that is a source. There stands the ox. Where could he hide? That splendid head, those stately horns, what artist could portray them? So what's encountered? The source. Intelligence. Your state of mind? Realization. Instant. How does it function? Recognition that the senses are all one primary sense, which we call ousia. How does it end? Oh, by the way, it's obvious. There stands the ox, but where could he hide? Once you see it, it's obvious. How does it end? What artist could portray them? What's the negative and positive of that? What artist could portray it? In other words, no artist could portray this. It's too profound. By the way, many people end. This is the glimpse. This is where Jesus ends. This is where many people ends. I've experienced something so profound, I can't explain it. No one can explain it. So how do people make sense of their experience? Their own false beliefs. Jesus with his Jewish stuff. I am the next coming of Elijah. Crazy people with whatever crazy beliefs they grew up with. So the glimpse people make sense of with their false beliefs. While saying it's beyond words. Well, you've got to understand it in some way. Even when you say it's beyond words, you're making a statement about its qualities. Whereas, again, curiosity and analogy. I wonder what artist could portray them. The analogy of an artist, philosopher. So for many, the second ox-herding picture, finding the tracks, people who are lovers of understanding, starting to recognize that there's a pattern within the logos, is the doorway to metaphysics. I heard someone talking about recently when you do an exam at school. Now, modern education, as we've been reading in the book, is a tragedy because it's repetition, it's rote, it's memorization through repetition. That's just bollocks. That's materialist shit. You are rejecting the mind. True education should be about the self, should be to discover the logos, and should change your state of being. Everything we do, we hope it changes our state of being to make us better, happier, more free from problems, and more able to reach our excellence. Free from our sadness and more in happiness, permanently. We want our changes to be permanent. That's why drugs are no good. Not permanent. I want to graduate and be a doctor. Think of myself as a doctor. Be able to do things as a doctor. Most of our education system doesn't provide that because it's not what we're doing here, which would be true education, the Hellenic education, about the self, about states of mind, about how to remove our false beliefs about self and know the true nature of self and integrate that into our way of being. Permanently. By permanently, what we've been reading is beyond even this lifetime. So, somebody I heard talking about this recently said, you know what I do sometimes when I haven't memorized the material because it was boring to me and stupid? I try and understand if there's a pattern underlying the mind of the person who wrote the exam. Not just what does he say, how does he think? And is there a pattern that I can grasp there? By the way, isn't that how we've been reading the book? We're not just learning the information from Socrates, we are doing that, but we're trying to find what is the structure behind Socrates' thought? What allows him to talk to anyone, anywhere, even Jesus in heaven? Someone who has had a glimpse, he can talk to them. Someone who hasn't been open to the self can talk to them, same person. Someone who's very tied to their beliefs, Jesus, can talk to them. What's the structure behind their thinking that we can recognize, understand, and participate in ourselves? Now that's the dialectic. What we're seeing is that same structure we have to apply to understanding our dreams. Dreams are not literal. Again, with open-mindedness and with the use of analogy, we unpack our dreams through that same structure that Socrates uses in his in the dialectic, in his conversations. Also, the author of the book. Is the book structured in the same way? What are we doing here? Are we finding that same structure is now within these ox-herding pictures? Are we looking for the same structure behind the thought of these Chinese Zen masters in their writing? Now, they might not be aware of it, but we can see it there, which would mean we might be able to do our own ox-herding pictures with the actual terms. So translate the analogies into true terms that they might not have because, again, it's true philosophy or the Hellenic tradition that has the self logos, not any other tradition, as far as I'm aware, as far as have seen. So we can tidy up the terminology, make it more accurate, but also we could arrange the structure a little bit more to reflect the dialectic. Now, the author of this book has done his own translation of these oxiding pictures, and then we are going to get into that when we've finished the original translation. But isn't that interesting? So, is there a structure behind the thought of the examiners? So too, behind a Zen master. So too, behind a actualized human being, someone who has reached their purpose or destiny. Socrates. Our ideal, the ideal of self, our dream maker. Is there a structure behind their thought that we can equally participate in? That's metaphysics. That's true philosophy. That's true thinking. And that can actually change your state of mind and way of being and functioning as well. So it's true. There's one structure. It's true, and it can benefit you. There's our one true good, which are the fundamental things we seek. Oh, and last time we mentioned, if you wanted to make it a political slogan, what are principles? Universal. One. Not many, a rule for you and a rule for me, a rule for the billionaire Epstein class and a rule for the slaves. No. Genocide for the Palestinians, but healthcare and education for the Jews. No, that's not one. That's not a universal principle. That's corruption. What do we have to do to universal principles? Apply them outwardly. That's truth. Not lie and scam and market and pretend. Lots of false flags. Yesterday, time of recording, there was a false flag where, in order to create their ballroom, there was another fake shooting as bullshit against Donald Trump, like always, like the other one he did. It's all lies, all staged, all marketing, all problem, reaction, solution, manufacturing, consent. No, we hate that. It's bad. It does harm, always. Universal principles, one, universally applied, truthfully applied to everyone in order for our good or universal benefit. Universal principles universally applied for our universal benefit. There's your political slogan. But it's just the way of using these primary axioms of the self and reality that we are seeking, all of us. So, those sorts of people who have recognized what makes them more intelligent or benefits them more than remembering this or that bit of information for this or that test, learning how to get into the mind of the examiner, reflect on the structure of thought, that realization benefited them a lot more than random memorization. That could be your introduction to the human quest, the philosophical quest, the spiritual quest, the Hellenic way of being. So that's the second, finding the tracks. For some people, it's the third, the glimpse. So of course that represents on our map from philosophy, the two aspects of wisdom. Glimpsing it as a whole, glimpsing the third oxiding picture, recognizing its parts or activity or logos or understanding or dialectic. Any of these words. So the patterns, the logos, understanding. Third hypothesis. Glimpsing the whole, second. But notice, we've gone from ignorance, the first two, into entering the game, either by the second hypothesis, love of understanding, to have that glimpse. So we've gone from ignorance to wisdom, and we're only on the third oxiding picture. That's the difference between this map and the oxiding pictures. It takes the fact that these are states of mind you can move in and out of and puts them together in a kind of continuum or map or stages of human development as we go through this. So we've already encountered the second last stage, and we're only on the third oxiding picture. But what artist could portray them? See? What artist could? No one could. I'm not going to go do some reading. I'm not going to have fun reading these awesome books with this awesome streamer.
The T-Virus will transform me into an epic creation.
I'm not going to be transformed into an epic creation.
This is why I love this channel, man.
That's funny.
And it is funny. Because no artist could portray them. Number 4, catching the bull. Today, he encountered the ox, which had been cavorting in the wild fields, and actually grasped it. For so long a time it had reveled in the surroundings that breaking it of its old habits is not easy. So you haven't given up as many people do after a simple glimpse. You are catching that ox. You want to integrate that second hypothesis into your state of being to actually change you for the better. True education. Changing your state of mind and being for the better. Recognizing your mind is the fundamental source of all senses and reality, but how can you make that your state of mind permanently? A glimpse into the nature of reality doesn't mean all of your other false ideas about you, what life is like, what the physical world is like, what mind is like, how to live in the world, that you've been developing in your whole lifetime, and maybe through many lifetimes, that's all still there. You've looked out the window, but now you have to walk through the door. And you're attempting to catch the ox, it's difficult to break it of its old habits, or your pathologos role, image of the self, definition, states of mind, demonstration, roles that you play out, divisions, and repeating cycles of failures or fate that you live out in your relationships, thoughts, daydreams, everything, fantasies, night dreams. It's not easy to break those habits. That's why midwifery and dream analysis is necessary. That's why you've been encouraged to write the sequel to the book we're reading. Jesus and Socrates, a dream talk and midwife talk in heaven. And also it's not easy, so it continues to yearn for sweet-scented grasses. It is still stubborn and unbridled. If he could tame it completely, the man must use his whip. It's a relationship. You don't give up on this. You stay with it. You have ups and downs. You face blocks, but you go back to the principles and axioms of philosophical midwifery, of the dialectic, of dream analysis, and you keep going. You have coffee with your friends, and if you've got someone in your life who's got a good heart and good head, you can do this every day and move quickly. He must use the whip. He must use the method. So what's the whip? Midwifery, dream analysis. He must tightly grasp the rope and not let go. So now we've got two metaphors. Which is the whip? Which is the rope? Reading, midwifery, dream analysis, or the fourth aspect of the dialectic. So reading these texts to get the true. Midwifery to remove what's false interpretations and beliefs. Dream analysis, our guide for both. And writing your own books, writing your own dialogues. If those are the four the dialectic on the dialectics aspects, maybe you could do an updated version of this oxiding picture and include a whip, a rope, what else? To tame an ox. I don't know. You have to talk to somebody who knows how to tame cows. Yeah, find a content creator that has a farm and ask them, what else do I need to tame a cow? Have you had a pet cow? How did you tame him? Or horse. I suppose you ride this ox, so I don't think you're supposed to ride a cow. Maybe if you're little. Anyway, you have to keep up with it. You must tightly grasp the rope and not let go, for the ox still has its unhealthy tendencies. You've recognized it. You've recognized it may all be about self in your reading. You've recognized there are footprints that we can follow in the Logos. You've had a glimpse in the third. You want to integrate that into your own state of mind, but you also recognize that's not the same as removing your problems, baby. While we're outlining the stages of going from ignorance, image thinking, I know what's the best, and your beliefs, to understanding, knowing, and the self, we also have possible ways of being that are defined by rejecting any one of those steps, giving us the 4 categories of our pathologos that serve as our interpretations, the functioning of our beliefs to reject the old, to go back to your old haunts, your old habits, the people that you used to be friends with, the activities you used to do. Even while he tugs it by the nose, it might well turn its head towards its old haunts. So what's encountered? The fact that mind can be changed. Isn't that interesting? It takes you till the 4th ox herding picture in your development, through your spiritual development, to change your mind fundamentally. People say, how come conservatives never change their mind? How come if you're talking to a Christian or a Jew or a Muslim or a Mormon, even people who are in the most craziest bullshit cults, doing the most craziest sadistic shit, they never change their mind? When people talk to them, it's taken to the 4th to realize your mind can be changed. There is a difference between your old habits, unhealthy tendencies, old haunts, and the true state of mind, which is the source of all of your senses and reality itself. There's a difference. One is good, one is bad. One is excellence, one is problems. And the other thing here from the other translation, from the other Zen, let's find him. So we've been reading Kakuen Shien, but from another 12th century Zen Buddhist, Kyoen Shian. Kyoen Shian, his version of the 4th. I seize him with a terrific struggle, the bull. His great will and power are inexhaustible. He charges to the high plateau far above the cloud mists, or in an impenetrable ravine he stands. The ups and downs you go through in this process of taming your mind. Sometimes is run up to the high points, high states that can draw you to your old addictions, or the low states that can make it difficult to keep going or make you want to give up. So what's encountered? We call it the counterattacks, or a recognition that you have problems. Recognizing or developing understanding and even having a glimpse of reality isn't enough. Otherwise, millions of people who've dropped acid at some music festival and had a glimpse of something beyond what they're used to, they would all be enlightened gurus, but they're not. Well, first of all, they don't have understanding, but second of all, they don't address their problems. Giving us the anime archetypes of the pervy sage like Goku's teacher from Dragon Ball Z, or the gambling sage like Tsunade from Naruto, or there's a lot of pervy sages, by the way. Jiraiya from Naruto. Even that the cool guy with the silver hair and the eye covering. What's his name? Oh God, it's been so long. Naruto, Lightning, teacher, Kakashi. Anyway. So what's encountered? That, what's the state of mind? Struggle. Grasping the rope. How does it function? Dragging you back to your unhealthy tendencies and your old haunts. Your old activities and people and things. How does it end? It may as well turn towards its old haunts, even while you tug it at the nose. Do you give up? Or do you keep going? If you keep going, you might reach stage 5, taming the ox. So we've got... why do I find this hard to remember? Seeking the ox. Finding the tracks. Glimpsing the ox. Catching the ox. Taming the ox. The whip and rope are necessary, else he might stray off down some dusty road. Being well trained, he becomes naturally gentle, and unfettered he obeys his master. So following these processes of whip and road, which is just the dialectic, what does the dialectic allow us to do? Follow the logos. Mind is becoming gentle. Your mind is more naturally following the logos. The unfolding, intelligible nature of reality that you've learned to see exists through the previous oxherding pictures, through the readings and the glimpse and the other things that we do. With the rising of one thought after another and another are born, enlightenment brings the realization that such thoughts are not unreal since even they arise from your true nature. This is a big deal. A lot of Eastern traditions say that thoughts are a sickness, or thoughts are a distraction, or thoughts are an illness, or thoughts are to be drifted away like clouds. Bollocks. Bollocks to that. Every thought is the same self-logos, but not the self-logos telling you the true nature of the self. If you're in your problem, if you're following the logos, then great, it is. It's telling you about the false image of yourself that's the cause of your pathologos. All problems are solvable. It's only because of delusion. It is only because delusion still remains that they are imagined to be unreal. This state of delusion does not originate in the objective world, but in our minds. So what the counterattack of the fourth oxherding picture has become doing philosophical midwifery and realizing all thoughts are understandable, a message from our true nature, the self, about what we are carrying in our own minds. So they're not in the physical world, they're our projections or our blind spots, what we call interpretations. Even our interpretations are messages from the self. To ignore it is a delusion. So to ignore the fact that your blocks or interpretations are messages to help you solve your problems that you're here to do, to ignore that is an example of that same problem. So one of those blocks is to think that you can't solve blocks. It's a rejection to, well, it could be any one of these. I can't solve problems because there is no meaningful activity. I can't solve problems because there is no whole of problems. Everything is just rocks. I can't solve problems because problems are just good versus evil. There is no solving. It's just the bad guys have to be shot by the good guys, bringing what we see in our current species, the upcoming Armageddon, the destruction of our species as a whole, because in principle, seventh hypothesis, pathologos ignorance, says forces are equal and opposite. It's Satan versus God. It's evil versus good. It's the dark side versus the light side, all that shit. So all you can do is Satan doesn't want the good, so you don't help him through learning. You just have to shoot him. And of course, that's irrational, impossible, and unnecessary, as we've seen already. Sixth hypothesis, there might be a hole, but it's something we make up ourselves. There's definitely not a higher source communicating all of our thoughts that we see in these oxherding pictures have a structure. That same logos or intelligibility that may have led us into this, we can see is exhibited in our problems. Thoughts rise one after another. They are connected. There is a cause and effect structure. It's sent to us from our true nature. And if we don't pay attention, you are delusional. It's not reality that says that your thoughts and problems are not solvable. It's a belief you are carrying from childhood. He must hold the nose rope tight and not allow the ox to roam. So stay in the game. Lest it off to muddy haunts it should stray. Otherwise, you'll go all the way back. You'll spring back to your problems. Properly tended, your mind becomes clean and gentle. So what are you getting? Some success by being in this game, continuing your reading, continuing your midwifery talks, continuing your dream analysis, and maybe even writing your own dialogues. You're having success now. So we've gone from I know better, the kind of ignorance that most people are in, seeking the ox. They're still seeking the ox. Everyone still wants to understand and know the nature of self and reality. We all want happiness and to remove sadness. We all want to solve problems and reach our excellence. But people give up because they think they know already. But they're still seeking the ox. Some people come across streams like this or books like this and realize that there are tracks. There might be an understandability to problems and excellence. Discovering not just the material, but the structure of thought behind these people. Perceiving the bull. Some people have a glimpse. That's rare. There are many ways people get it. So not so rare anymore with the advent of psychedelics. But then you face your counterattacks. Some people give up on 3 because the counterattacks are too much. But if you stay with, what are we doing? Following the logos. How are we doing it? Reading, midwifery, dream analysis, and even writing your own books. You start to have some success. How does it end? Untethered, it willingly follows its master. What's the master? Seems to be the self-logos. As the book finished, Socrates said, reason bids me to go where I go, and with her I follow the logos. So how does it anticipate the next? What would it be like to be free, untethered? In this one, you're not untethered. So the last line anticipates the next. What's encountered? Some success. What else is encountered? A recognition of the intelligibility of all thoughts, not just your understanding and peak experiences. Everything else too is a message from your true nature. How does it function? Ups and downs. You're having some success now. The counterattack of the 4th is now not all the time. You're having some wins. How does it finish? What would it like to be free? That's where we are. So we have 5 more to go. Let's keep going. In the chat, did you compare these ideas to Plato's forms, as in the idea of beauty having original noun or form? Yes. Yes. So that's a fantastic question. So let me read it again. Did you compare these ideas to Plato's forms, as in the idea of, say, beauty having an origin, noun, or form? Right. So what we're discovering is, if we recognize that what makes us evolved is our capacity for ousia, or self-reflection, put together with language or reason called logos, that's the Greek word for it. There's a skill that we're here to learn called the dialectic, which is just how to use those things well. And as our chatter pointed out, it's the opposite of debate. Instead of exploring an idea step by step together in order to provide deeper insight and experience, debate is, I already know the answer and I want to defeat you. Competition, capitalism, imperialism. I win by you losing. That's the exact opposite. The opposite of the art of being a human being is debate. Dialectic is how we explore it step by step. And what we're saying is, if we explore certain ideas that exist as forms, we are exploring something in pure mind, withdrawing from our physical senses. And of course, they have an eternal existence, so we could personify them by saying, oh, it's Aphrodite is one of the gods. Not literal gods, but a metaphor to personify these aspects of pure intelligence. That's true theology. That's also mythology. A personification of these principles that all exist together as a oneness in pure intelligence. Now, the word form is tricky because form sounds like a physical thing. The actual Greek word is eidos, E-I-D-O-S, which actually means to behold. So one of the difficulties of this reading is people who translate Plato, who talks about Socrates having these dialectic discussions, they carry their own beliefs about reality. In other words, they're not at the level of Socrates. So they have their own problems. Those problems function by adding words that are not there or being blocked from seeing what is there. That's interpretation. So there are 2 activities we use the dialectic for. Ousia and logos on, or reflecting rationally on, ideas that truly exist, but also when you recognize that you're projecting, or you're blocked, or you're giving up, or you say you're not good enough, or you give up in any way, you also use the same dialectic to reflect on the cause of those interpretations. Because it's not true. At the source of everything that you use to put yourself down or block your participation in the dialectic is an image of yourself that's not true, that you learnt from childhood in order to survive your upbringing. A certain image of yourself that's incompatible with the true self. Certain states of mind that are allowed within the family clan. Goes all the way back to caveman times, by the way. Certain humans that were blindly loyal to their tribe leader and were afraid of everything different outside the cave. Those were the ones that weren't eaten by saber-toothed tigers. But that was prior to our ability to participate in ousia and logos. So now we have the solution, belief, that we get from childhood as part of a clan where we're loyal to leader, and everything different from our family way of being is bad and scary. That solution from caveman times, prior to language and reflection, we still carry as the cause of human problems today. Racism. I'm blindly loyal to Donald Trump, says the MAGA. Everything different. Different colored people. women's are bad and scary, says the incels. We call those people shapes and colors. They're just motivated by shapes and colors. But it's a solution to our caveman origins that no longer apply. Just as your particular version, the image of yourself, the false belief about yourself and reality that you don't even know you have because you never put it into words, that causes your states of mind that block you, that causes your interpretations and your functioning, that causes you stuck in the repeating cycles of your problems, is a solution to your upbringing that no longer applies if you seek to fulfill your true purpose or enlightenment. And all human problems in society is just that, pushed up to the next level. Instead of I'm blindly loyal to my mummy and daddy and my religion, I'm blindly loyal to Donald Trump. I'm blindly loyal to my pastor, my imam, my preacher. And even so, it's religion and politics, which are interesting because they're two professions where we allow belief to be ruling. We've just said understanding, dialectic, is how we solve problems and reach excellence. We require understanding for our mechanic, for our pilot, for our doctor. But there are two areas where we still allow belief to rule. Well, in our soul, of course, when we are in our problems, to be ruled by our beliefs that prevent our participation in understanding, which is dialectic, which is better. Belief is debate, dialectic is understanding. But politicians don't have to understand anything. They just campaign on belief. Oh, and religion is the same thing. Also capitalism. The beliefs that billionaires use to justify their wealth. We are job creators. We are innovators. We are smarter than you. Let me go into this. So, just to finish that idea before I check in with the chat. The word form is one of those examples. A translator who hasn't done this dialectic on uncovering his childhood false beliefs that causes false interpretation. He hasn't done that. So he mistranslated the Greek word eidos, which means to behold. So whether it's beauty or justice or whole or sameness or likeness, these are all things your mind beholds with pure ousia. They're not parts. You wouldn't say harmony is different than beauty. Well, they're different ideas, but they're not separate, are they? So a better word might be aspects. So it's the aspects of pure intelligence we can intellectually distinguish with understanding in the dialectic. That's the eidos. Now the closer word, better than forms, because forms is this particular translator's personal beliefs getting in the way. He hasn't done enough dialectic on his problems. The closer word might be idea. I like to use the word eidos, just like ousia and logos, because we don't have an English word for it. But idea with a capital I sometimes works. But more like aspects of beholding. So that's the game. All problems have at its root a false image of yourself that was a solution that no longer applies. All excellence has as its root the self, the actual self. Which means that experience of ousia that we use those highest adjectives to describe isn't the end. So there are two states of enlightenment. Mind experiencing itself as eternity, or the paradigm of reality where all of those ideas and principles exist as aspects or eidos, not forms. But even in that experience, if you've been training in your lifetime in how to wonder and ask questions, even in the greatest experience possible or bliss, you might ask a question. What's the cause of that? Here's another one. What a profound experience. I can't imagine a greater experience possible. But what's having that experience? That's the movement from the peak experience to our ultimate purpose or destiny. Destiny for all intelligent life, knowing the self. So that's the game. One art we're here to master, the dialectic. It's how we relate to each other, not debating ideas to prove you were right all along, but to test your understanding and vision of your peak experiences, your highest vision of self and reality, and to test how well you can understand and communicate that while helping your friend along the way. So the use of the dialectic is the single art. Its application is on the ideas that exist to experience pure mind, and its cause the self. You can't do that unless you're also applying it to your blocks and interpretations, your beliefs that get in the way. So there's one art, the dialectic, two applications to reach what's true, which requires you to read the books we read and to reflect on them. To remove what's false, the use of the dialectic to remove your false beliefs is formally called philosophical midwifery. That's a word Socrates came up with. To give birth to the false ideas that block you. But there's a third use of the dialectic, because Socrates says you can't fully complete both of those things unless you are using the dialectic to unpack the messages about or from your dreams. Your dreams are your guide. So, we've understood the nature of all human individual problems. We've understood the nature of all human societal problems. We've understood the reason why human beings are facing the death and destruction. We've allowed belief-based groups to rule, and that's nothing other than their own personal pathologos, sick reasoning, sick beliefs. It's not just my personal family beliefs. God says that we are the chosen people. God says we should be billionaires. God says that we should be the politicians. So that the only three areas where we allow belief to function in rulership, we don't allow mechanics to say, I believe. Mathematicians don't say, well, I believe 2 and 2 is 5. So we've understood all problems, but we've also understood our purpose. So what we're doing is asking the question, what's it like for an individual person who goes through that journey, who starts with ignorance? They think they know it already because they have beliefs from childhood. But then they start to wake up that there might be a higher reality than what they grew up with. And there might be, number one, logos or understanding, reason. Number two, you might be able to experience it directly in pure intelligence. And number three, there might even be a cause higher than that, the self. 3, 2, 1. By the way, you can't go through that process, as we've been saying, without addressing your 4 beliefs and the 5 images. Because of your beliefs, you project images, shapes and colors, giving us 5 cognitive functions we move through. Image thinking and belief, that are the cause of our problems or ignorance. Understanding and pure ousia, knowledge with a capital K. Nous in the Greek, wisdom. And the final stage, the self. Those are the 5 stages that Socrates got from his teacher, Parmenides. Parmenides shared the dialectic to Socrates when he was about 20 years old. And he gave us, because Plato wrote them down, right? Plato wrote this conversation down, thankfully. Socrates getting at the start of his philosophical journey, the dialectic used to explain the 5 possible stages of being human beings go through and think through that outline our development. And by the way, we have said that we carry false beliefs that get in the way of that process. So we could have 5 new ways of being or thinking that are all objecting to any one of those stages. For example, we talked about image thinking. There are certain people, maybe you've met them, that don't think that images are real, that nothing exists. Everything is the Matrix. That's called nihilism. There aren't even anything. So we could have all of the possible fundamental human pathologos, sick beliefs, that object to those 5 positive stages. Those are called the 10 hypotheses of Parmenides, are 5 stages of development from ignorance to wisdom to knowing the self, and the 5 classes of human pathologos objections to that keep us stuck in our problems. But that's just a map. What we want to know is, what is it like for an individual to go through that development? That's why we're reading the Oxherding pictures. So everything that I've just summarized for you is the work of about 180 episodes of reading this book. So hopefully most of that won't make sense, but hopefully it will be enough to get you curious. Because the idea isn't just to believe me, I'm just some dude. But if you read the book, and by the way, all of the past episodes are on YouTube, so you can go through them at your own pace. There's a link below. There's a link to the PDX below as well. PDF of the text we've been reading below as well. The point is to go through it at your own pace and make it your way of seeing the world. Don't just believe me. But that's a summary. It's because you're having breakfast and you want a nice summary that make your Cocoa Puffs go down well. There's your summary for you. So the Oxherding pictures are from 12th century Zen Buddhist gurus, and it's a kind of guide. The Oxherding pictures are 10 stages that represent an individual student's progress through those 5 that we mentioned. Those 5 categories of thought: image thinking, belief, understanding, knowing, and the self. How do you go through them? So it's a guide for gurus, really. But we are taking our philosophical or logos understanding with us as a result of reading this book to see if we can understand these Oxherding pictures in a more clear way. Perhaps in a way that even those Zen Buddhist gurus couldn't understand themselves because they lacked the logos. Another thing we're carrying with us that they didn't have is an understanding of the pathologos. So while the Zen Buddhists talk about problems or unhealthy habits, we have the benefit of understanding exactly what it is, what is the cause of our unhealthy habits or problems or blocks, and how do we remove them that they might not have had. So that's what we're doing. Now let me check in with chat. I'm a bit behind. Let me catch up. So sometimes I give long answers like that, but I'm not going to ignore your chats. It just takes me some time to get back to them. Do you compare them to Plato's forms? Yes, that was the question I was answering. Yes, the word is eidos, but the word form is a fantastic illustration of this very idea. A misunderstanding because that particular translator hasn't done this kind of reflection, hasn't done philosophical midwifery to remove his interpretations and beliefs, and hasn't done dream analysis to get guidance to do so. So he's projecting his lower understanding that blocks us being able to understand the real meaning, eidos, which means aspects of beholding. Space Shuttle, welcome Space Shuttle, welcome. glad you're here. You should decide if you want to do a religious life advice channel or a philosophy channel, because at the moment it's a wild mix belief. What we're doing is understanding the nature of religion and how it is at its root belief, and a class of belief called pathologos that is venerated. So that's the thing about understanding. You don't have to pick teams like you're suggesting. For example, you can't be Jewish and Muslim at the same time. They will always be in conflict. That's why the world is facing war and death, destruction, and inevitable Armageddon. Because beliefs cannot coexist. Because beliefs are false in principle. You're just believing someone else. And that person hasn't gone through this process. So you're holding on to the ignorance of some authority figure that turns out to be someone who looked like your mummy and your daddy. Now, we talked about how that had a survival benefit for caveman times, but it doesn't anymore. We have the ability to think and reflect, logos and ousia. So while beliefs are limited, Mormons cannot read Harry Potter because it's the devil, and they have to wear their magic underpants. Do you know about Mormons? They wear magic underpants, and they can't have sex, but they can do soaking.
Queen of gooning.
Which makes them gooners.
Gooner.
And they're gooner.
Goon, 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 goon.
Goon, goon, goon. But understanding isn't limited. You can understand all beliefs with understanding, which is necessary, because if the cause of human injustice, problems, and suffering is belief, its solution, understanding, better be able to address all of them. You'd be a crummy doctor if you couldn't address all illnesses. So we don't have to limit ourselves because we're participating in understanding, making us rational and mature. Ocean, philosophy is deeply intertwined with the other two, I think. Yep, you got it. That's only me, maybe. Right, but that's what we're doing. We're learning that there are 5 fundamental different ways that we grasp the world, or cognitive functions. Image thinking and belief are false in principle, harmful in principle, and lead to division. Which is interesting because our goal, the self, in philosophy we use the word, is it up on the board? The one self. It's a pure one. Whereas beliefs, they can never be a pure one. The Jews are the chosen people and have to do a genocide. The Christians are the chosen people, and not just any Christian, the Anglicans have to fight the Unitarians, or the Protestants, or the Episcopalians. Always a manyness, never unified. Always in conflict, because in principle, it's just believing some dude who takes his own personal ignorance about self and reality and says, oh no, that's real actually. And I found a book under a rock that says that all my beliefs are the good beliefs actually, which is just debate. I agree with all of my own beliefs. That's all it is. Nothing more.
Debate dweeb.
Makes you a debate dweeb. So it's interesting that what we're seeking, the self, is a pure one, the one self, and not many or divided like belief. It's also the nature of what's true, the fundamental principle of true itself, allowing us to experience it in that peak experience, experiencing the truth. So we describe that pure ousia, or mind knowing itself, as the truth. For us to recognize it as the truth of reality, we need its cause, the idea of true, for there to be a true and false. Beliefs are in principle false, but also bad. If the goodness, if we can describe that peak experience as goodness, we can use the same model of understanding to recognize it must have a cause, therefore the self could be called the one self, or the true self, or the good self. By the way, that's Plato's Republic. Plato's Republic is about the good self. Because the goodness of pure mind, beauty or justice, it's all perfectly ordered. So the Republic is a question about what is the true nature of justice. And so Plato says that's why you need this experience. The goodness or the eidos or aspect of pure intelligence, that is goodness, is also the model of justice. Now in the Republic, Socrates' student asks him, hang on a second, if that's goodness, there must be a cause. What's the good self? And Socrates says, I can't have that conversation with you yet. Because you haven't addressed your, what we would call, Plato leaves this word out because he had a problem with Homer, but that's a different story. Homer talks about the pathologos, our false beliefs. But of course, Socrates was murdered by the ignorant politicians and religious officials. Oh, politicians and religious again. There you go. Who killed him because they didn't like that he disagreed with their religion. Now, their religion was a misinterpretation of Homer. So if Homer, as a 20-year-old, saw his teacher murdered because he wasn't if Plato saw Socrates murdered for not agreeing with their misinterpretation of Homer, you could understand why Plato didn't like Homer. So Plato didn't use the word pathologos. But what Socrates says is, unless you address your false beliefs, what we would call our pathologos, you are blocked from the kind of dialectic that can take you from this experience of bliss or justice itself or goodness, pure ousia, mind knowing itself, or pure being. You can't have the dialectic that goes from this experience to its cause, because the good self is the ultimate state. So if you have any idea of yourself that you haven't addressed, you'll be blocked from it. And then Socrates says the only way of removing your pathologos completely is through dream analysis. So we can see you won't be able to reach the first hypothesis self without addressing your pathologos, giving us the three activities of the dialectic. Do I have it on the board? Here we go, the dialectic. So the reading of this true philosophy and practicing it with your friends in dialectic, practicing your dialectic, is what you need to reach the true. Philosophical midwifery is the same structure of thinking, questions and answers to go to the cause of what's happening, only you're addressing the cause of your problems. So that's how you remove your beliefs or what's false. As Socrates points out in the dialectic and many times in the book we've been reading, you can't complete that process of both without dream analysis. And because there are 5 stages in the dialectic, we also recognize, hey, write dialogues. So the book that we've been reading is encouraging us to write 2 sequels. Because that very problem Socrates had with his student, you can't go from this experience of justice or wisdom to its cause, the good self or the one self, because you still have beliefs that you haven't addressed through dream analysis and midwifery. Jesus had the exact same problem in the book we're reading. Jesus, in the book of Mark, has a glimpse into pure ousia, or mind knowing itself as pure being. But instead of developing understanding through the dialectic, he made sense of his experience through his religious and family beliefs, causing his tragic end. So the Gospel of Mark finishes with Jesus crucified for treason and saying, God, you've abandoned me. So he has a false idea of God that he doesn't address, and he made sense of his peak experience through his false beliefs, causing his tragic or pathetic end. Now, the rest of that story was added 200 years later. So the church wanted to save belief because, as we've been saying, politicians, religious, and capitalists use false beliefs to exploit people. Those are not actually beliefs are good, actually. So because Jesus magicked his way to heaven. And if you've seen that Poochie episode of The Simpsons, you'll remember that last scene of the Poochie episode where Poochie magicked his way to his home planet. So that's well known. And if you have a decent Bible, you'll see a footnote at the end of the crucifixion in the Gospel of Mark that says the resurrection stuff was added 200 years later. So there's no Easter, tell your friends. So therefore, you've been encouraged to write a dialogue where Jesus goes through the process of removing his own pathologos through philosophical midwifery and dream analysis. So Jesus can go from, dream analysis and midwifery isn't in the book we've been reading. We've just been doing the first one, but the book has given us all the material to be able to write that. By the way, the book also demonstrates that this way of being is the purpose for all human beings. So this book gives you the understanding to participate in the other two aspects of the dialectic and encourages you to write the sequel, giving you all four activities of the dialectic, which is the meaning of life and the nature of true education, because it changes you, it develops you. It's a learning that you take beyond this physical lifetime. All of these ideas are true forever, no matter what species or planet or galaxy you find yourself on. And it's what you need to go through your own spiritual development. So this book gives you everything you need and gives you the encouragement to do the very thing to fulfill your purpose, which might make it the greatest book ever read. It's a fucking masterpiece. So that might help you understand why we're able to explain all human problems and human purpose so succinctly, and why we've spent 180 episodes on this book. It gives you what you need to fulfill your purpose, but also shows you why you might not want to do that, what blocks you from reaching your excellence, and how to solve it. Not only does it give you what you need to understand why you might be blocked from your purpose and highest excellence in solving problems, it says you need to write this next dialogue. Write the sequel. So that's what this book gives you. But it also says you could write another sequel, Socrates talking to Buddha, where Buddha gives his account of what it's like for someone to go through those 5 stages of development, from image thinking through belief to understanding to direct experience to ultimately knowing the self. That's the Oxherding Pictures. So what are we doing? We are reading the Oxherding Pictures, bringing with us our understanding to see if we can understand the Buddhist tradition in a deeper and more accurate way that even the Buddhist gurus themselves have been able to do, because we've been reading this fucking masterpiece from someone like Socrates, who became a master of the dialectic, a master of the logos. By the way, Socrates says there's a name for this way of being. It's called being Hellenic. It's the one true path that we all need for our benefit. It's called being Hellenic. That's what we're doing. Ousia and logos permeate our thought. We can't separate our minds from our products of thought. Religion is born from human thought, and each religion has its own philosophical bodies. We can study them, however. Yeah. So you answered his question before I did. Well done. Space shuttle. Philos is supposed to be impartial, and it makes me, I'm laughing because we have spent a lot of time and work to understand the true nature of philosophy compared to its bastardization. What you think is a philosopher is the exact opposite of a philosopher. in the book we've been reading, and if you've been following along, you've probably seen it yourself. It's called a philodoxia, a lover of opinions. The academics of today do the exact opposite of philosophy, called philodoxia. They love opinions. Kant's opinions, Hegel's opinions, Nietzsche's opinions. True philosophy is not a love of opinions, it's a love of wisdom. What's wisdom? Understanding and direct experience, putting the two together to reach the self. 3, 2, 1. Understanding. 3, 2, pure ousia. 1, the self. In order to do that, it's the removal of beliefs and opinions. So it's the very opposite. The things that academics take as philosophy is not only the opposite of philosophy, it blocks true philosophy. So when your sentence starts off with, philosophers are supposed to, it makes me laugh because you don't, no offense, but you have the opposite understanding of what a philosopher is. And makes me laugh that you haven't done the work yet, but you think you know. So what I would encourage you to do is make your statements into questions. Because if instead of saying, I know what a philosopher is, you are supposed to do that. I know all the answers, I'm so smart. My mummy and daddy told me. Instead of doing that, your questions, by phrasing your ideas as a question, you are inviting us to participate. It's more like a philosopher. It puts you in an open state of mind. Because beliefs are stupid. No one cares about beliefs. If I said to you, I believe that all women should be in the kitchen, you would either already agree with me and nod your head, which doesn't help anyone because we're both stuck in our false sexist beliefs, or you would disagree with me and you would just say, I don't care what you believe, that's stupid. That's the difference between belief and understanding. Understanding, phrased as a question, allows us to explore ideas together. Belief leaves you stagnant, like a zombie. Brains, brains, brains. All you can say is brains. I believe this, women should be in the kitchen, philosophers are supposed to do this. But if you make it a question, we can reflect with understanding together. So, philosophers cannot make themselves a servant of any religion. Okay, that's projection. I hope if you've been listening, hopefully you've heard us say that religion and politics, and also capitalism, celebrates belief, which is the opposite of philosophy. So it doesn't make sense what you're saying. Good and bad stuff. The hierarchy and peak and lesser experience goes against my philosophical taste. Again, okay, so everything that I have said, you won't be able to get any benefit from if you would rather hold on to your ignorance. So the Buddhists have a metaphor for this. A young student goes to the guru and says, help me reach enlightenment. And the guru says, hand me your cup. So he hands him his cup. And the guru starts pouring tea into the cup. And then the cup starts overfilling. And the student goes, but teacher, my cup is overfilling. I can't fit any more tea in my cup. And he goes, yes, that's you, my son. You are so full of your own personal beliefs that anything I say will just spill out of your cup and you can't benefit. That's an analogy that you might want to think about when you share your personal beliefs and not questions and understanding. That's why we've been reading, so we can have a shared language to explore ideas together. If you come in and say, well, I don't think you should do this, where's the fucking exploration? You're just being a Nazi. Nazi, I believe white people are whatever. I believe philosophers are whatever. That's Nazi shit. That's ignorance. I already believe this. That's the end of it. That's just stupid. But if you're like, hey, I'm really interested about this idea of beauty, or what's justice? Let's explore it. Okay, let's do that. Let's explore it. What have you been reading? In other words, what book have we been reading together that gives us a shared language in order to explore those ideas? So far, we've been reading this current book that gives us a language to understand the logos, the pathologos, and our philosophical development. What we're doing now is jumping into a different language structure, the Zen ox herding pictures, that gives us a framework through which we can explore the same ideas, carrying with us an understanding of the archetypal framework of actual pure understanding called the dialectic. I don't care how to become a good person. That would make you a... what? Bad person.
Calm your fucking tits.
So calm your tits.
Listen and learn, morons. This is gangster.
So you should listen and learn because this is gangster.
What is this? The damn Opie and Anthony? Okay, whatever.
We have fun.
That's insane. Like, you need help. There's no help, actually. You need a straitjacket.
Right, don't care about becoming a good person, therefore you're content being a bad person. This is Fanatic Christian channel disguised as philosophy. Okay, so the fact that we have pointed out several times already, just today, the nature of all religion, and you are ignoring everything we're saying, but not only are you ignoring religion as a whole, you're specifically focusing on one particular religion, gives you clues about your problem you are here to solve in your reincarnation. That's the power of language. Now, you can't see it because it's your problem. If you could see your problem, it wouldn't be a problem. That's why you need friends or fellow philosophers like we have here. Because they might point out, hey, by the way, did you notice we've already said that belief, like religion, is the opposite of philosophy and harms human beings and causes the destruction of our species? We've said it in several different ways, and yet you still think we're in support of that. So what we've said with reason and reflection, dialectic, understanding, logos, you have been blocked from seeing. It's not getting through to you. Number one, that's an example of a problem. If you were interested in being a good person, you could take a note. Oh, that's interesting, because that's gold. That's the treasure. And that's what we saw in the fifth ox herding pictures. The rising of one thought, another after another are born. Enlightenment brings the realization that such thoughts are not unreal, since even they rise from your true nature. Something had to have been giving you all this Christian focus and thoughts. It's only delusion that it still is imagined to be unreal. But this state of delusion does not originate in the objective world, but in our own minds. You are carrying in your own mind a kind of delusion that we call the pathologos, that causes your thoughts to follow the way they do and feel real. A friend will point to it and say, hey, by the way, it's happening. Your job is to write a note. Oh, when this person was saying this thing, this interpretation came up. Or this blind spot came up. Write down what it was like, what it felt like. How did you feel? Were you angry? Were you pissed? Did you feel like you weren't being heard? Did you feel like you were being diminished? Any words that came up? Did you think, oh, what a jerk. That guy's a jerk. He's a jerk-faced jerk. Notice the repeating use of the word jerk. The words that come up, logos, and the state of mind, ousia, that come along with your blocks are messages about the false image of yourself that you are here to address that will keep you stuck in your problems. And that's a fantastic example because we got both sides of it. The block from seeing, you're still focused on religion, even though we've said it's the opposite of what we're doing. That's a block from hearing us. And so interpretation can block you from seeing what is there, but also you can add what isn't there. You added this Christian stuff. So you've got a block from hearing us and a projection of Christianity, meaning your true self is sending you a message about Christian beliefs that have affected your life that you have yet to address sufficiently that will block your development. You have two choices: pay attention or be unjust. To be unjust is to say, no, you're doing it. I have nothing to learn. I'm the biggest, bestest guy ever. I know everything. I'm right. I don't have any blocks. I don't have any blind spots. I don't do interpretation. You do. That's the nature of human injustice. You take your problem, you project it on someone else as a way of saying they're bad. The reason you want to make someone bad is you want to hurt them. The reason you want to hurt them is your idea of knowing isn't being a true guru. A guru has knowledge. A guru has understanding. Those are ousia and logos. The cognitive function of ousia is knowing the ideal of mind. That's the second hypothesis. But like a doctor has to know the ideal of the healthy body, but a doctor has to understand its parts. Only when you have knowing of the ideal and understanding of the parts, what we call wisdom, can you actually help someone. Because you don't have that, you can't actually be a guide, a guru, or a knower. The people who you learnt this from equally can't have that. So what do they have? Why do you feel so confident? Why did your parents, who you are imitating, feel so confident? They have belief. Belief is the imitation of knowing. Image thinking is the imitation of understanding. So what's the issue? Why is that a bad thing? Why can't we just believe we are knowers? Isn't it fake it till you make it? Isn't that the secret? If you believe hard enough, then you can be a doctor. I don't have to go to school. I don't have to read these books. I can just believe myself into a doctor. Oh, I believe so hard. I believe. Jesus is in my heart, so I can be a mechanic. I can fly this plane because I believe in Allah. Belief, what you've been calling religion. So what's the problem? By the way, can you believe your way into flying a plane? Or will it always crash? Can you believe your way into doing surgery without medical knowing and understanding? Or will you always kill your patients? So belief can't do good. What belief can do is crash the plane, kill your patient. So the reason behind your projections is to find a way of making me bad within your belief structure. So you're not interested in what I'm saying about religion, you're projecting the opposite. So you have a target that you can beat up on because believers can't do good, but they can do harm. So therefore, they take the feeling state of doing harm as a substitute for the feeling state of enlightenment, knowing. They take the activity of doing harm as a surrogate or substitute for the activity of leading someone through a dialectic to gain benefit. That's why you are projecting stuff that isn't true in order to create a villain so you can justify inflicting injustice because it's your belief-based model of justice. That's true for you. That's true for all human beings who haven't gone through the process of surfacing their original images and their original fundamental unsuspected beliefs. That's why you're doing what you're doing. Now, your job would be to see if you can understand why that's true for yourself. But that takes work. If you're addicted to your belief, doing harm or sadism makes you tough and cool and strong. Look at me being a troll. Then you will not only be a dick to other people, be unjust or vice towards other people, you will be doing it to yourself. If that's your idea of what it means to be knowing, you will be doing it to yourself, meaning you won't let yourself do the reading to overcome your ignorance and harm and become a good person. You think, I can't do it, I'm not good enough, all I can do is be a hateful person and pretend that makes me cool. That's the nature of human ignorance. It's not personal, but it is personal, because it does apply to you, but it's not personal, it's all human problems. That's why you need courage and character to do it anyway. Do it anyway. Read anyway. But the voices in my head say I can't. Do it anyway. And the more you do it, the more you will recognize that those voices in your head that reflect your beliefs and image thinking are not literal. They are messages that you can learn to unpack if you have an open mind about them and you take them analogically and you use the dialectic to unpack their true meaning, which is a meaning about a false image that you are carrying. In other words, problems are solvable, but you can't solve them yet unless you do some work. The catch-22 is your problems say, don't do the work because I'm a small bean, I'm a bad noodle. Your problems say to you,
There's a UFO with Jesus in there.
that there's a UFO with Jesus.
Anything for a click, no matter how stupid or demented or misleading.
Your thoughts are misleading and demented.
Disgusting. I'm so disgusted.
And it's disgusted. So your problems say you can't solve your problems, so don't even try. But you have to try to learn what you need to solve those problems. That's the catch-22. That's why you need courage and character to be a true philosopher and fulfill your purpose. Now, what we are seeing is those of us who do it anyway, develop the courage and character along the way, will go through 10, according to these Zen Buddhist masters, 10 stages of spiritual development. From that first one that we've been talking about with our friend here, seeking the ox. Why search for the ox? Why search for the self and mind? It's never gone astray. I know what the reality is. I'm the big strong knower. I'm a good Christian like my parents, or I'm a good whatever atheist like my parents, whoever. Having turned his back on his true nature, the man cannot see it. Because of his defilements, he has lost sight of the ox, of true mind or self. Suddenly he finds himself in a maze of crisscrossing roads. He is greedy for worldly gain, and he fears its loss. And they spring up like searing flames within his soul. Ideas of right and wrong he just uses as daggers to debate and attack people. The poem. This is the first stage of human ignorance. Desolate through forests and fearful in jungles, he is seeking an ox which he does not find. Up and down nameless wide-flowing rivers, in deep mountain thickets, he treads many bypaths. All the different ways you go to try and reach your happiness and your goals. Bone-tired, here weary, he carries on in his search. You're still alive, aren't you? You're still going. round in circles, for something which he cannot find. How does it finish? The end of the ox-herding pictures anticipate the next, but in the distance, he hears cicadas chirping in the trees. For you, in the distance, on his computer, on Twitch, he hears other animals singing a different song. So that could be a block. They are saying things different than what I do. I will not listen to them, or I will be a hateful person towards them. Or, with openness and curiosity, those people on that stream who are singing or talking in a different way, I'm curious. That's different to me and my family and my friends and my religion and my upbringing, but I'm curious. What would it be like to be like those people? That's the first stage, seeking the ox. So, thank you so much for our friend Space Shuttle in chat, who has given us a demonstration to do two things. Number one, describe what we have learnt from philosophy, from reading the book that we've been reading, about his human, his state of mind, his motivation, the sadism, his functioning, the role it's played out through his life and will continue to play out in his future. So we can describe to him the true quest of philosophy and how it's different from everything he's learnt so far. So we've shared an understanding, number one. By sharing what he's sharing his words and his time and his psychic energy with us, we were also able to demonstrate not just an understanding of what problems are, but from what we've been reading, how problems are solved. Again, different than everything he knows, but will require courage and character to go through the reading we've been going through and to discuss it in a genuine, open-minded, curious way. So we've given an introduction to what's required in the game of being a true human or Hellenic or true philosophy. Now what we've got now is, added to our toolkit from what we've been doing on the ox-herding pictures, we've been able to give a more poetic description using a different language that's not literal. What we just described first was literal. Now we're giving metaphor. This is theology or mythology. So as our friend keeps saying, you think religion is good. No, no, no. Religion is bad. True theology or mythology is to personify in stories or analogy these principles of understanding that you can use for your development. So we've been able to use the first ox-herding picture to give himself more poetic language to understand where he's at. Now this can have two results. This poetic language can make him more curious. How am I like this first ox-herding picture? Do I seek worldly gain? Do I fear of losing the things that I have? Do I use my ideas of what's right and wrong like daggers to attack people? Well, I certainly have today in the chat. Have I gone through many paths and not really found an answer to my problems? So it can make him curious, number one. But also it can demonstrate that his stage is not the end. You are not stuck. If someone can demonstrate an understanding of someone's stage of development and show that understanding is a part within a greater whole, that person can realize, oh shit, number one, my whole state of mind can be understood by others and potentially by me. But not only that, it's only a part. I'm not stuck at the end. There's more I can do. By showing an understanding of his stage and within a greater whole, that can wake some souls up from their ignorance. Similar to Sometimes when some people hear the 10 hypotheses of Parmenides, showing nihilism is the bottom in a list of 10 states of mind. Well, second, pathologos is the bottom, but nihilism is the second last. Well, let's say the last. Materialism can be understood as another worldview, or other way of feeling, way of relating. The idea that good and evil, battleground between good and evil, is another one. Buddhism, Taoism can be recognized as number 2. Kashmir Sufism is another spiritual tradition with an enlightenment experience, can be understood as number 3. Abrahamic beliefs, number 4. The true goal of all intelligent beings to know the self can be by demonstrating that all possible worldviews can be understood as parts within a whole, can wake some people up who are ready to the quest, the true quest, their quest of philosophy. True philosophy. Simply using your mind to know your mind and reach the self while solving your problems. That's it. That's true philosophy. Using your mind to know your mind, go through it to the self and solve the problems encountered along the way. That's true philosophy. So too, demonstrating with this ox-herding picture could be another way. Now, it may not wake him up, but that's okay. There may be someone watching the YouTube video or the Twitch stream and hearing that first ox-herding picture might be like, that sounds like me. I'm so happy that my position is understood. I'm not alone. I'm not lost and alone. These many paths that I've been walking that have made me bone tired and here weary. I can put down the many paths and just walk one. What a relief. And also, if it's one part within a greater whole, wow. My worldview isn't the end. Maybe I can become better. So that's the significance of being able to relate to our friend in the chat, using the logos of philosophy to define the nature of problems and what would be involved in removing them, but also using the ox-herding pictures to demonstrate it through this kind of language. So thank you so much. Let me catch up. Ocean, he's talking about Socrates and Plato, but their philosophies are engaged with Christianity. Within Christianity. They predate it. That's right, they predate it. So having these 10 ox-herding, these 10 hypotheses of philosophy, we have predated Christianity, meaning if people read the Parmenides, we would understand the nature of Christianity, its problems, how it functions, its blocks, and how to get out of it without having to live through the Dark Ages, the Crusades, the mass injustice where fucking Christianity justifies slavery and subjugation of women and colonialism and all this bullshit. That's why they call the Parmenides the greatest book never read. It predates Christianity, but also understands it, which is how we solve our problems. If you understand your own problem, using the ox-herding pictures and these 10 hypotheses, you don't have to live it out. That's what it means to be free of your problems. You've seen it. You've seen how the script ends. You've seen how the movie ends. It's boring now. So too, within our species, if we paid attention to philosophy and didn't kill Socrates, we could have avoided all of the catastrophic things that were caused by the invention of Christianity. So absolutely right. Ancient philosophy considers eudaimonia a great deal. Yes. The good daemon, or the voice of the self that communicates to us to help us through this development which we're understanding. And one way is our dreams, as we've been talking about. I get heavy Christian priest vibes here somehow. Well, we know why that is. Your problem, your projection. It's not to criticize you or blame you. It's to say, oh, isn't it interesting? Take a note of it. If you take notes of the thoughts, feelings that come up when you face these kinds of blocks to following reason or accepting reason, then after a while, you'll notice in your little notebook, themes start developing. If you're also paying attention to your dreams will give you guidance on how to understand the meaning behind those themes. Because as we've been reading in the fifth ox-herding pictures, even the thoughts that delude you are not unreal. They are messages about your problems that you carry in your own mind. And if you play the game, if you hold on to the method, hold the nose rope tight and do not allow your mind to roam back into what's familiar and comfortable, if you do, it will go off into its old muddy haunts. But properly tended, if you stay in the game, it will become clean and gentle. And maybe you may be even able to surpass the method. Untethered, it may willingly follow the logos. I don't want to be the rude guy. Oh, good. That's good. That's courage and character. You don't want to be bad. You're not taking it personally. You're saying, I don't want to be rude. That's great. The next stage is doing something about it. It's not being apologetic, not saying I'm sorry for being rude. No, that's not enough. Put your sorries in a sack and take them to church. Sorries are for religious people. I beg forgiveness. No, we're not interested in that. We're recognizing, as the fifth ox-herding demonstrates, that all problems have a cause. You're not supposed to be shameful or hide your problems or pretend you are right the whole time by being a troll or whatever. You're supposed to reflect on the cause of your problems or rudeness. That's the game. So it's never a blame game. It's never a shame game. It's never any punishment. It's only curiosity and reflection through the dialectic. Ox-herding pictures, thanks. You're welcome. Suicide Socrates done, by the way. It wasn't suicide. You are profoundly ignorant if you are saying that Socrates committed suicide. If you read his Phaedo, he specifically says, don't do suicide. Phaedo is when he was killed. It's his last day in prison. He was murdered by the state for not agreeing with the official religions. And they fear, and also using philosophy to make their beliefs seem wrong. So, same ignorance, same old game. So yeah, if you read the Phaedo, and I encourage you check it out. If you want to read it, I recommend the Balboa translation. It's an accurate translation. He specifically says the opposite of what you said, and he is, of course, murdered by the state. So there you go. Okay. This guy's trying to play his mum's role. I don't see it. Convince me. No, I can't convince you. No one can convince you. Because you can't even hear what I'm saying. That's the issue. That's the ox that you have yet to tame. You don't even know that you are supposed to be seeking the true nature of your mind and intelligence. You are still in the first ox-herding picture. You think you know it already. Your cup is already full. This game of, well, I don't see it. Convince me. Like that meme. Who's that meme? Charlie Kirk. Hey, I'm a fascist. Prove me wrong. No, you can't prove a fascist wrong, you idiot. Only you can do the work. What you might be curious about, this game, hey, I'm ignorant and closed-minded. Change my mind. Allowing you to play the knower when you are ignorant, you should be the one listening. Who played that role at home? Where did you get this from? It's a curious game, isn't it? Someone who's ignorant and closed-minded saying, hey, pay attention to me. Convince me as if I'm your boss. Where did you get that from? Stupid way of being. Doesn't help you. Anyone with half a decent mind won't pay attention to that shit. Who did it to you? That's midwifery. Does it have a past? Have you ever been in a position where you were doing well? You were seeking your own goals, or you were engaged in understanding, and someone came along and said, I think that's bad. and you tried to convince them it wasn't bad, but they didn't listen to you because they didn't give a shit about truth. They just wanted to play a Noah. Has anyone played that game in your life recently? What about last year? What about when you first entered school? What about when you were at home? Now, if someone were interested in solving their problems, that would be the line of questioning a dialectician would take them through, if they were open. So even if our friend here isn't open, we're not just talking to him, we are communicating to those who do have an open mind. Ocean, I recommend reading Plato's works. Yes, we do that on this channel. Now, I recommend reading the Balboa translation for the reasons we've been given. It'll help you disagree with philosophy. Socrates is as a figure is recorded in Plato's works, so it's 2 in 1. Yep. You may not agree with all, you can draw your own conclusions, and that's great. Yeah, that's the whole idea. The use of a deceased person to justify one's ideologies. Oh my goodness. No, so, see, this is a very interesting thing. You think we are using someone to justify the beliefs we're carrying. We are doing the literal exact opposite. We are using someone who has mastered this logos, gone through the development of a human being, to surface our own personal beliefs so we can remove them to create the space to see reality objectively the way he does. It's transpersonal. It's not an opinion or an ideology. It's just thinking. Now, the reason why you're saying other people are doing it and not you, that's the nature of injustice. You're projecting your way of thinking, your hypothesis of Parmenides, your stage of being, fourth hypothesis, belief, and instead of reflecting on it yourself, you're saying other people are doing this thing that I'm doing. Hey, ever see the Jews doing a genocide in Palestine? What do they say? We are the victims. They want to hurt the Jewish people, so we have to murder and starve all the children. They are playing victim while being the bully. But what's interesting is we can recognize that pattern in their thinking. If there's a pattern in their thinking that perpetually plays itself out in an unjust way, motivated by projection, we can find its cause and solve them. All problems. Nazi shit, Zionist Jewish shit, and whatever you're doing by projecting your own personal debate stuff. Instrumentalism of the dead happens out there, but we don't dialogue with those old future views. We fail to develop our own. So we are trying to learn from Socrates, not just what he is saying, but the structure behind his thinking, so we can participate equally. How much of this is worth reading? I don't understand that one. You're saying follow my opinions. No, I'm saying the literal opposite. I think I might stop talking to you because I put a lot of time and effort into making this as clear as possible, and you seem to be completely rejecting everything I'm saying and taking not just the wrong view, but the literal opposite view. So I think I might be wasting my time because you're so blocked. But notice, if you are interested in understanding how to help people and help yourself, as someone shares new truth, we have from our own reading, so I recommend you read the book yourself or go through the old videos with us. There are 5 ways in which we reject the truth. If someone like me says something new that's different than your old beliefs, your first response will be the 5th, to reject the new and keep your old. No, I think you're doing this Christian stuff. We've said about 18 times that we're not. No, I reject what you're saying, and I'm going to keep holding on to my false beliefs. That's the first stage of interpretation. The next is, listen a little bit. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So, okay. All right. So it's not religion, but I think what we should be doing is all whatever. Being Jews, being Mormons, offering your own alternative beliefs. The third stage is so you're not at that stage yet, but if you're able to listen to take a piece of what's being communicated, dialectic, that's great. Maybe I can use it to be a good Mormon or something. That's taking a piece of the new as a kind of patch on the coat of your old beliefs. The next stage of interpretation is to take the new, but also try and unify it with the old. I like this way of being rational and solving human problems and actually helping people and removing blame and shame and punishment. But can we keep beliefs? Because I really like being a Mormon. My favorite. Can we unify the old and the new? The last stage, our ideal response to truth, is to accept the new logos and sacrifice your old pathologos. So, even though it can be frustrating talking to someone who's completely rejecting everything that I'm saying and instead projecting his old beliefs as though I am saying it when I'm saying the literal opposite, we can recognize that's just a stage in human development. That's number 5. Now, hopefully, you'll stick around and you'll get to the stage where instead of just rejecting the new, you're offering your alternative ways of solving problems. At the moment, you're not offering any alternatives. You're just saying, I don't agree. Like maybe mum? I'm guessing mum? Change my mind? She's not offering anything. Maybe dad? For you to wonder about. Haters. Negative Nancys. They're not offering anything new, they're just saying, no, I disagree. Contrarians. Stupid people think they're just as smart as a smart person. Interesting, Einstein. E = mc squared. I disagree. What do you mean you disagree? With what part? No, I just don't think it's a good theorem. I'm equally smart as you. All I have to do is disagree with E = mc squared. Well, what's your theory for how energy relates to mass and the speed of light? Shut up is my idea. I don't have to offer my idea. I have no alternative solutions. I just say that you are wrong. I am just as smart as Einstein. Right? This is the right wing. This is the conservatives. They can't do anything good, but they can say no to anything good. You can't create a sandcastle, but you can kick it over. You can't fix a computer with belief, but you can smash it. Now, maybe you'll get interested enough in the ideas that we are talking about to start offering your alternatives. You know what? I do like the idea of solving human problems. I'm not just going to say no to everything. But the way I think it should happen is this way. Everyone joining your religion or whatever. You're interested in religion, whatever Christianity that you're so fascinated in. Whatever. See? Very understandable, but also there's little we can do until you recognize that these are stages of development you go through. You're saying follow my, oh no, I've already done that opinions things. I find it tasteless to use a philosopher like Socrates. Interesting you're using the K in the long dead to support your wicked Christian beliefs. Oh my God. I'm starting to think this might be a bot because he's still doing the Christian stuff. He said Easter was fake. I don't care if I'm right or wrong. I dislike gurus and priests. Sorry. Well, I don't think the gurus and priests are two different things. It's like saying, I dislike a delicious sandwich and poison. I think both sandwiches and poison are bad. So I think you might be a bot because this is pretty crazy. I think you're ultra fanatic. Okay, yes, you're either lying or still in that. So I'm going to ignore the rest of that. Sorry, Space Shuttle, the only one looking fanatic is you. If you're not a troll, I strongly encourage reading. If you're a troll, thank you for giving the streamer material to work with. Well, there you go. That's what we call... grace. To be able to address the level of problem the other person is at in a calm, rational, useful, and even funny sometimes way of being. That's grace. That's very good.
I'm joy maxing, okay? And if I aura mog you because I'm joy...
Whoops.
You are beautiful and everybody loves you, and you have the most beautiful breasts and the juiciest ass.
There you go. That's for our friend in chat. Right, Emma?
Spit on me.
Oh, calm down, Emma.
Goon.
Stop being... That's Emma from the Majority Report. She's being a gooner.
Oh, very handsome and or pretty.
You don't know what is Ocean again, so I'm not really listening to Spaceship. I think Ocean addressed him sufficiently. You don't know what I believe. Now Spaceship is attacking the chatter. So that person who gracefully related to the blocked individual, now maybe stuck so far in his problems he can't recognize what he's doing. But he's turned on him. Oh, this is funny. So Ocean's response to Space Shuttle: you don't know what I believe, or do yet. I'm currently listening to a side of a dialogue, that's the point. I'll leave you to it, bud. I'm trying to listen. Spaceship would go: I wouldn't even have a problem when you do your a little value stream, but leave Socrates out of it, maybe. Wait, my motivation is Satanism. Oh, okay, Satanism. Nihilism did strike me from our chats today, yes. Oh, good. Good. What we've been doing is developing a map to understand all of the possible ways of being. Now, what we've seen is we've been looking at the belief that our spaceship has been attached to. That causes, so that's his idea as a whole. That's what he needs to penetrate and see the origin of to free himself from it. And he can recognize he has a problem by his friends saying, oh, by the way, you keep interpreting here, or you keep projecting here. But as the Oracle says...
No, where's the joy?
Like,
the problem is that you can't reason someone out of a position that they didn't reason themselves into.
You can't reason themselves out of a position they didn't reason themselves into. Meaning, the false beliefs that we get from childhood through imitation. There's no words, there's no questions. We didn't go through a dialectic process. It was believe me or else. That's why I was asking him, hey, this convince me state of mind he's in, does it have a history? Who does it sound like? Who is he imitating? That's the only way of seeing how our beliefs as a whole and from the physical world have its origin. Now, that's the model. Its activity we have been also demonstrating. He is using image thinking to deny a connection to mind or self. So we have been talking about how we can reach mind or self. All he has been doing is sabotaging it. With tangents. Hey, do this debate with me. Prove me wrong. He's offering us invitations to participate in non-dialectical debates where he will never change his mind. Our question is why? If we do that, then we are talking about his personal beliefs and not the level of mind 2 and 3 together, knowing the model of mind is the peak experience, consciousness, the enlightenment experience. Its activity is the dialectic. We are distracted from that and we're focused on his opinions and beliefs if we buy into his little game. That's the role it serves. That's why his parents did it to him. And he doesn't know it yet because he has got a lot of work to do. But that's why he's doing it. It's a distraction or a tangent. Just like if you say, hey, Israel, stop doing a genocide. But what about Hamas? Do you condemn Hamas? Hamas did bad things, so we get to do more bad things. That's a distraction. To talk about Hamas and not about what we should be talking about. So that's the nature of human ignorance. We have false beliefs that causes the images that we project, and we've been seeing he's really interested in Satan and Christianity, that prevents a connection from mind and self. So beliefs and image thinking oppose our development. That's why it's a problem. It has to be a problem. For it to be a problem, it has to block our development. But we can participate in a good way. If we are open and curious, we can look for those image thinking or that activity that says, I can't read or do dream analysis or do midwifery. Those are the three things we do. I can't learn the dialectic and talk about it myself. Look for them and sit your ass on a chair with your little notepad of notes you've been taken about your negative states of mind or words, and ideally with a dream that we can write on the board. Record your dream as soon as you wake up into audio and transcribe that so we can look at that dream. That's how you actually participate in your images. You don't take them literally. With curiosity, because it's an analogical, not literal, message about yourself or your problems. The source is your beliefs. So we are sitting on this chair to wonder about the beliefs that underlie your problems or image thinking. To do that reflection, you need to be talking to someone. That's the third hypothesis, the dialectic. The dialectician, who is asking you the questions and judging your answers step by step as you follow the logos as it unfolds, means that the dialectician isn't using his own personal beliefs and opinions to help you. He is reflecting on the second hypothesis, the model of actual beauty and justice, so they can ask questions that compares it to your own beliefs. That's how we participate in this development. Ultimately, that after this reflection on your problems, but also the dreams will give you information about not just your problem states, but your peak states. The dialectician can say, hey, what do you make of this whole game? Ever done it before? Isn't it cool that problems are solvable? Isn't it wild that all your dreams know all about you, your excellence, and your problems? Can communicate about your second hypothesis, peak states, and your fourth hypothesis, problem states. Where do you think that comes from? Which is a reflection on the first hypothesis, self. So this activity makes use of all 5 of those cognitive functions: image thinking, belief, understanding, or the true understanding, dianoia, not understanding physical things, but understanding the dialectic and reality, understanding, pure knowing, and the self. But also we can say, hang on a second, we have problems. We have these interpretations that reject that activity. So those are also different positions people can have. If this is the activity sitting on that chair that's meaningful, the most meaningful activity we can do as human beings, ideally dream analysis, there are people who say don't do it because they reject the existence of meaningful activities or meaningful parts in the physical world. That's nihilism. So the image we have for that is a rock with a Ghostbuster symbol through it. There are no rocks. There are not even parts. Everything is illusion. We're all just deluded. We're all in the matrix. Sometimes people call that being black-pilled. Maybe you're okay with there being physical parts, but there's no physical whole. There's no whole of beliefs that are the cause of our problems, and we can't understand excellence as a whole. So there's no need to reflect on our problems on that chair doing dream analysis. There are only rocks. We're just billiard balls in space. Materialism. 8th hypothesis. Anything beautiful or excellent can be reduced to just chemicals shooting in your brain. Love is just serotonin. And dreams are just neurochemistry firing when you're in REM sleep. There's no meaningful whole of dreams or problems or beauty. Reductionism, reducing everything to its least meaningful parts. A Rembrandt is just $5 of paint on a $10 canvas, nothing more. There's an ad that I saw. There's some Hollywood actor staples a banana on a wall and says, "That's art." Isn't art stupid? It's just a physical banana. So we have a picture of a rock. So we won't go through the whole thing right now, but the principle is every single possible worldview or state of mind you can have and the associated enlightenment or peak experiences or insight experiences you can have can be hierarchically arranged on a map from nihilism to materialism all the way to knowing the self. The 5 stages of development can be recognized as following the self logos, or that self at the end of our journey, the ultimate enlightenment, has a understandable capacity or path we can walk. That's the self logos. That's what the dialectic follows. So those 5 represent what we're supposed to move through. The blocks to any one of those are also worldviews. Nihilism, reductionism, materialism. The 7th hypothesis, you're okay with there being physical parts. You're okay with there being physical wholes. So you're in the realm of mind now. Only the principles that govern reality that might have an eternal existence isn't false beliefs against true understanding. It's the devil versus Jesus. Good versus evil. So that's a rejection of providential dialectic or understanding. Problems aren't understandable. All we can do is defeat the bad guys. That's the most common worldview of our current age. It's the one underlying the Abrahamic religions. The Jews versus the non-Jews, the Jews versus the Goyim, the Christians versus the heretics, the Muslims versus the infidels, the Mormons versus the people who don't wear the magic underpants.
Gooners.
The Mormons versus the Gooners.
Goon.
It's always conflict. Leading, when these people, 7th hypothesis people, get into power, the Abrahamic religions, the Democrats versus Republicans or Republicans versus liberals, these 7th hypothesis people who think bad things are because bad guys, all we can do is punish them. These are punishment people. Then death and destruction sweep across our land, and inevitably the only way they can solve problems that they are themselves creating is Armageddon, and hope that Jesus comes back. And that's where our world is currently heading. They're explicitly saying we want the Jews in Palestine and we're going to genocide the Palestinians, and then when the Jews are in the right space, then we'll blow up the world with nukes, and then Jesus will come back. These are the people who are currently we allowed to be in charge, ruled by, these are all classes of belief. So yeah, so we can understand all of them. Now we all have one of those because we all carry a pathologos from childhood. The 6th one is, I'm okay with there being physical things, so I'm not a nihilist. I'm okay with there being understanding of things as a whole, so I'm not a materialist or reductionist. I like understanding. I think we should solve problems with understanding and not with war or genocide, or putting people in prison or fines or beating children for spilling the juice. So I'm not opposed to understanding or the 3rd hypothesis. But I don't think that understanding comes from a ultimate true model that we can objectively know as the ultimate paradigm or model of truth and justice. I don't think there is any transpersonal objective truth about self and reality. There's no enlightenment experience. That's all woo-woo and foo-foo. That's hippie stuff, dude. Why don't you shave your head and live with the bears? Did you take enough acid today, bro? That kind of stuff. That's the sixth hypothesis. That's a problem with mind. So the symbol for the seventh, the most common and dangerous, is a lightning bolt separating the bad guys who are frowning from the good guys, leading to Armageddon in our species if we don't address it properly, which hopefully people will wake up to soon. And subscribe to this channel. The sixth hypothesis is okay with understanding, but they think it's something we have to make, like Mickey Mouse. You can understand Mickey Mouse. There are certain things he can rationally do, and certain things he will never do. He'll never kick Pluto or whatever. But it's just invented. The isms. Marxism, Nazism, capitalism, socialism, all the isms. Human invented ideas of the whole. But because every human being, so just as these 5 stages of cognitive development that we talked about going through in our ideal activity of reading and midwifery and dream analysis are reflections of the self logos, so too a block or opposition to any one of those we call the pathologos. Just as the root cause of the self logos is the self, so too the root cause of our human problems that we get from childhood is an image of the self. So there we go. That's for our friend Ocean, who has a tasty reward for him or her being very rational to our weird friend in chat. Yeah, so those are the 10 hypotheses. What we want to do is take those 10, the 5 kinds of human problems or pathologos or false beliefs that we identified with, along with the 5 stages of cognitive development, along with the 5 kinds of interpretation we went through, rejecting the old, offering your alternatives, taking a piece of the new, trying to keep the old and new, and eventually sacrificing the old for the new. And seeing how that plays out in someone's personal development in the ox herding pictures. So far we've gone from seeking the ox, which is ignorance. I don't have to seek the ox because I already know. Finding the tracks, maybe there's an intelligibility. So these ignorant people hear a cicada. The last line anticipates the next. I hear cicadas chirping in the trees. Maybe there's a different song that these philosophers are singing. Finding the tracks. I've been doing some reading, and I've recognized that everything is from the self. But I can't really distinguish true from false, pathologos from logos yet. But I can't hide that there might be a path that follows all the way up to heaven. Number 3, first glimpse. You've had a glimpse of a non-physical reality or pure intelligence or a near-death experience or an out-of-body experience or a yoga experience or a meditation experience or a psychedelic drug experience or a being in the zone experience playing sport, an experience in dreams or in while awake. There are many ways of having it, sometimes in childbirth. And you had a glimpse that our 6 senses are no different from a single pure sense, which is the source of reality. That's the underlying makeup of reality, just like, well, underlying in all reality, like salt in salt water or binder in paint. So you've woken up to a different reality than what you've grown up with. And you've had a glimpse, you've had an experience. But what artist could portray them? Number 4, you realize that you want to tame the ox. Now, many people stop at number 3. They've had this life-changing experience. I'm thinking Eckhart Tolle and people like that. And they create their whole religion based on that. Jesus himself, same thing. Oh, I had this glimpse. Now, how can I become a leader of a group? And they believe it. But those who go to the fourth oxiding picture want to integrate that experience properly. They want it to change their way of being. But they realize the great struggle, the great will and power and the struggle involved with turning your mind around from the way that you've grown up with, the 18 years of childhood, the however many years of being an adult. All you have been doing with your debate stuff,
Debate weirdo.
justifying beliefs and not doing dialectic, in a life without this, further entrenching your ox or your mind into that old way of being, and you're finding in the fourth oxiding picture how much of a struggle it is. It's stubborn. Your mind is stubborn. It's unbridled. You can't help but project. You can't help but tell people they're a Satanist or something crazy stuff. You can't help but go back to those old friends or those old habits or those old addictions. Those old ways of thinking about things, those old states of mind. The counterattack. So, enlightenment ain't enough. Third oxiding picture ain't enough. You also have to perfect that experience and purify your false beliefs. So we can make a pyramid. So from this reading that we've been doing, we can recognize that fundamentally there is one meaning of life. To master the art because it's a skill that benefits, of the dialectic. As we see, there are two applications. To perfect the self-logos through the dialectic, dialectic, but also purify. Let's do a pyramid thing here. Purify the pathologos. So you might say you go to a doctor to go from sickness to health. That's like purifying your sick beliefs. But then after you're healthy, you go to a personal trainer to perfect your body. Pathologos. As we just said, you either spend your life contemplating or meditating one of the two. Meaning there's either the true self that we seek ultimately to know the self, underlying the self-logos, or there's a false image of self as the root cause that we have been spending our life entrenching ourselves in. This becomes your mask. This becomes your identity, your ego, some people say, your persona, which gives you allows for certain peak states of mind with the true self or with the false self. Negative. Negative or blocked states of mind. So let's do a little line between these two. Where did my cursor go? What happened? Where's my cursor? Oh, it's drawing. It's just too light. It was actually there. Just couldn't see it. There we go. So if we're perfecting the self logos, so the unexamined life isn't worth living. Why? Because you're just spending your time entrenching yourself into your false image of self, manifesting in blocked states of mind. Causing ideal functioning running out of space. And let's get rid of this line then. Ideal functioning of the understanding of understanding or the dialectic or your problem functioning of belief or interpretation. So there's the triad. We call that the triad of self. Everything that exists, you could say, has some sort of existence, has some sort of power, and has some sort of activity that the power is used for. Our highest existence is the true self, or for those who have not yet woken up to their purpose of learning midwifery, philosophy, and dream analysis, the underlying thing, your life becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy of your false image of self. Why? Your false image of self allows you to have certain negative or blocked states of mind that are acceptable within the family clan. Don't be too curious about the Harry Potter, says the Mormons. No curiosity about Harry Potter. That's where the devil lives. You have to wear your magic underpants and do soaking.
Gooners.
Because Mormons are weird gooners.
You can be a gooner.
But they can be a gooner. Right, Emma?
They're secretly turned on by it.
They're very turned on by it. It's not a secret. So these are the familiar states of mind we live out. And that leads to our problematic functioning, keeping us trapped in fate, or the functioning of our belief through interpretation, making the unexamined life not worth living because you're just entrenching yourself in that. And by the way, if this is your functioning from that state of mind that was caused by your false image of self, hey, spaceship chatter from chat earlier, he's going to walk away more entrenched in his image of himself. Those crazy philosophers, I was so right in telling them that they are all religious, and they are not learning to see and think like Socrates. They're just projecting their own personal beliefs onto Socrates, which is bad. And they're doing it because they're Christians, which is bad. And I tried to tell them that by this interpretation and role that I was playing. And they didn't, they all said that I was crazy and I was blocked and I couldn't see and that I was just engaged in a pattern. And it's those that were in the pattern. I'm not crazy, you're crazy. I'm not crazy, you're crazy. So it just proves that I was right all along, that my image of myself as someone who knows all these things and no one will listen to because I'm too smart, I proved all along. So that's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Our false image of ourselves causes our states of mind, which causes our function. So the conclusion, so we could do 4 stages to map out the life drama. Our life drama starts, this is the dialectic, the 4 stages, starts with a self to itself or definition of ourself, causing our demonstration or self to others, how we function to others, our states of mind, which then play out in the divisions of our life, our relationships, how we relate to our streamers, how we talk to our friends, in the role we play. And that it leads to a conclusion, which is other back to self. These are the 4 stages. So the dialectic only has 4 stages. It applies to everything, but it's only 4. So it's win-win-win.
It's a win-win.
Sort of win-win.
It's a win-win-win-win-win.
This is our conclusion. Leads to our conclusion. So conclusion, which is either fate, stuck or trapped in our self-fulfilling prophecy, fulfilling prophecy, keeping us trapped in our repeating cycles of problems. Prophecy. Or leads to our destiny or our highest goals. I don't use the word destiny. So fate and destiny, or fate in our excellence or purpose. Or purpose. Which is, of course, a self-logos fulfilling return to the sacred source of all. So that gives us a nice pyramid. If you want to understand the meaning of life, you can use one word. Oh, by the way, it's the master of the art of the dialectic. Easy. Easy. Put it on a throw pillow. The meaning of life is to master the art of the dialectic. Bing, bang, boom. One idea needed. Your friends might say, well, what? That sounds a bit simple. Can you expand that out a little bit? You say, I'd love to. I have this lovely pyramid diagram. Well, you use the dialectic to make use of our capacity for ousia and logos, self-reflection and language, to perfect that self-logos. But you can't do that without purifying the false images of the self or your pathologos. You have to do both. So now you've got perfect the self-logos and purify the pathologos as the meaning of life, small enough to fit on a bumper sticker. So you've graduated from a throw pillow to a bumper sticker for your car. Now they might say, well, how does it actually end up manifesting? Well, if you do that, if you follow this train and you perfect the self-logos, you'll end up with your highest kind of existence being the true self. You will be able to reach those peak states of mind that we are exploring now in the ox-herding pictures. And if you really master it, you might end up in an ideal way of functioning, making you a master dialectician. If you don't, then you are in a negative, your life becomes a negative dialectic. Your life becomes a playing out of your pathologos from your false image of yourself in your negative and blocked states of mind, causing your problems through belief and interpretation instead of dialectical understanding and reflection. Well, so one meaning of life with two expressions that end up in two different triads. The triad of self. Triad of self. Self, mind, and understanding, or dialectic. Dianoia, let's say. Dianoia, let's say understanding. There we go. Which is the triad of self, or the threesome of self. Mirroring. The principle of everything in existence has to have something, some rulership or some existence itself. Some power to do what it does. And some activity that it does what it does with that power. Give it he. Now, in philosophy, we use this triad for the activity that we do is our reading. Or Apollo. Theology, a mythological image or personification for our reading. But the power we get by reflecting on it as we're doing together, as we're doing on the board, Aphrodite. Oh my God, I'm so far behind in the chat. I'm sorry. I've been thinking I need people to talk to, but I'm ignoring you in the chat. I'll finish this and I'll catch up to chat, and I'll try and stay up to date with chat from now on. I've got to stop leaving it go too long. I want people to talk and to respond in real time. I apologize. I'll fix that now. So there's our reading. Apollo. There's our reflection with our friends to put the pieces together in these diagrams and dialogues we have with our friends. Or bringing it together as a whole, or ousia. Reading logos. There's our logos and ousia we've been talking about. And our ultimate state of being, the existence, our peak existence, Hermes. Hermes, with the god with the shoes, to race us all the way to the end, to take us to Zeus, which is, of course, the dialectic. Which we've been saying, dialectic. So the dialectic, therefore, is the use of ousia and logos together in the triad called the anagogic triad, or upward moving triad. All triads, all things have an existence, power, and activity. And for us, it ends up with our self, mind, or understanding, or the first hypothesis, mind, the second hypothesis, and understanding, the third. Beliefs, of course, give us, and our pathologos, or the fourth hypothesis, belief, gives us a false image of ourself, negative states of mind, and instead of understanding, the function becomes belief. So therefore, we can understand human drama in terms of the dialectic. There's an image or the true self. There's our definition, the self in relation to itself. How do you function to others? What's your demonstration? How do we know the image of yourself? Oh, by your state of mind. From your state of mind, you can do things or you can't do things. That's the role you can play. And based on the role, from that state of mind, from that self, you either end in fate, self-fulfilling prophecy, or you reach your excellence or purpose, following the self-logos to return to the sacred source, giving us a nice pyramid of 1, 2, 3, 4. The meaning of life on a throw pillow, the meaning of life on a bumper sticker, with the throw pillow, the art of dialectic as the meaning of life. Bumper sticker, perfect the self-logos and purify the pathologos. Everyone driving behind you in your truck will be able to read that and become enlightened, and they will praise you. You can put on triad. You could put as a fridge magnet on your fridge, the true self, first hypothesis, your ideal state of mind, second, and your ideal functioning as a dialectician. And have a sad, like those happy and sad masks for theater, but have it on your fridge. And the sad version would be false image of yourself, your blocked state of minds, and your problematic functioning through interpretation, which we've got a fantastic demonstration of today with our friend Spaceship. And of course, 4 If you want to explain the meaning of life with 4 steps, you can use the dialectic to say, hey, everything comes from the self, functions as a state of mind, allowing the divisions in your relationships, in your dreams, in your pursuit of goals. You're playing a certain role from that state of mind that ends up as a self-fulfilling prophecy of your image of yourself, or will lead you to this follow the self logos, return to the sacred source. So that's big enough to put on a flyer. So whenever you see some religious person handing out flyers about Jeebus in the town square, stand next to them and put these 4 on a flyer to give the meaning of life to people with 4 steps. So there you go. Throw pillow, bumper sticker, fridge magnets, and flyer to annoy people in the street with. So let me catch up with the chat. Okay, spaceship. I'm not reading him. We've already been addressed. Emma! Oh, you're a fan of Emma.
The more holes, the better.
Isn't she a gooner? What a thing to say, Emma.
Goon.
That's you, Emma. You're a gooner.
If you're experiencing a mental health episode, we don't want to have to see that.
Hey, you are the one, not me. Emma. She's gaslighting me. Aren't you, Emma?
If you're experiencing a mental health episode, please end kink shaming on your show.
Never. Hey, Rocket Gallery, first time chatter. Because the fight is in the dog, he barks. Don't know what it means, but maybe that's... Oh, spaceship was right there. Yes, so maybe you're talking about spaceship. Good to have you here, Rocket. Auto Mod having a spammer.
But you shut up. You shut the hell up for a second. You're not real.
You're not real, you're a spammer.
I mean, there's just AI all over this thing, man.
And it's just AI whole thing.
Wrong. You're so wrong. You're a little bitch-ass baby.
And they're a bitch-ass baby. Spaceship's still here. No, he's replying to another chatter. Is he? Why is it in a funny font? Okay, I'm not reading that. Rocket Gallery. Thinking outside the box requires knowing how your box both restricts and helps you. Wear it as a hat or carry bricks in it. Banana on pizza versus sardine on pizza, people. Salmon on pizza. Bears, probably. Oh, I guess you're talking about these 2 expressions. Maybe? People who are following the self-logos put bananas on pizza, which you like. And salmon on pizza are the weird people following the pathologos. Sorry, I'll try and stay up to date from now on. Thanks for the breakdown. Awesome work. True that. Habit stick, kind of survival based. Right, that's what we're seeing. So there's never ever a blame game. Oh, thanks for the follow.
Jester Goon Maxed.
You've been Jester Goon Maxed.
And she spit on him also.
But also she spit on them.
I'm too pure.
But too pure for Emma to say such things, because that's gooner behavior.
Goon.
Right, so yeah, it's never a blame game. So in order to survive our family, we take the blame for our parents just as hey, this crazy person in chat we've been dealing with. He's going to have kids one day, maybe. So all this bullshit that he's been doing, pretending he knows stuff when it's quite clearly wrong, all parents do to their kids. And kids think, holy shit, if I'm functioning in my ideal way, in a good state of mind as a child, wondering, contemplating, asking questions, and my loved ones, my image of my parents, who I have to think is beautiful and caring and loving, every child has it of their parents, and every parent is ignorant, in principle. You end up, well, there must be something wrong with what I was doing. So you end up hating and fearing your own understanding to some degree when you're in your highest state. Not only that, you walk away, hey, I could never have guessed there was something wrong with that way of being. There must be something wrong with my own state of mind. Because I couldn't have thought that. In order to take the blame for the pathologos injustice of our parental figures. And therefore, Our use of the dialectic to purify our pathologos is to trace our problems and our negative state of mind, the functioning. Hey, when do you have problems in your life? Great. Next step. What role were you playing when you were having that problem? Were you a joker? Were you a troll? Were you being a doormat? What role were you playing? Your dreams give you a demonstration of this. The next question, what state of mind were you in that role that had that negative conclusion preventing you from reaching the goal in your dream or the goal in your relationship or your goal in life? We trace that state of mind through our past. When did you feel like that? So your state of mind is like your DeLorean time machine to go all the way back to this origin scene where you accepted this role and this negative state of mind that was fitting, a role and a state of mind that fit in with what you were learning in this scene. What you were learning in the scene was not only the appropriate states of mind, the appropriate acceptable roles, how to stay stuck so the family doesn't evolve or grow. This is all human problems. It's not a blame game. Your family is not we think our family is special because everyone else, look next door. Look how crazy they are. Look at the religion of the people across the street. Look how crazy they are. Look at the people in a whole different country. Aren't their beliefs crazy and mental? Their parents think they know about God. Their parents think they know about you and reality. All parents do, right? Isn't that what it means to be a parent? It's easy to see every other family as being weird and wrong. It's easy to see, oh, tragic those kids having to believe their parents who are fucked. But it's difficult to see it in ourselves. That's the nature of human problems. My beliefs are right. My earliest teachers were right. My parents were wise Socrates figures. Bollocks. And Socrates is pointing out that's why we're born, by the way. The family that you've born into, the period of history that you're born into, the culture and religion you're born into reflects the false image of yourself that you have been developing over multiple reincarnations, giving you everything you need to not only solve your problems, but escape the prison of reincarnation in one lifetime. Because the false image of yourself that plays out in every single drama, as the fifth ox-herding picture demonstrates, every thought, every drama, every fantasy, every tangent, every dream is solvable in principle. So there's a reason. So it's not a blame game. But we did take the blame, end up hating our functioning to save the image of our parents being wise and special. We think there's something wrong with our state of mind or our mind itself, because I could never have thought that. And I was just pursuing my own self goals. So there must be something wrong with myself. So we learn to hate and fear, because if this is what happened when I was in my true self, in a good state of mind, in good functioning, and my parental figures who are the priest and king of the house, this is not just them, it's God and hell. It's not just them, it's the king of the world. If their reaction was so negative, there must be something to be afraid of. So the very things we are here to move into, when we remove that drama, our third hypothesis, understanding, our second hypothesis, peak states of mind, and the first hypothesis, to know the self, we carry a fear and hatred of, because of that origin scene, because we're taking the blame for someone else's bullshit, someone else's pathologos, someone else's problem. So midwifery is tracing that state of mind like a DeLorean time machine, recognizing it has a history through your past, to the earliest scene you can, and say, hey, here's your problem. Take it back, mum. Take it back, dad. Take it back, uncle, or whoever was your parental figure. Not mine, it's yours. By the way, did someone play this shit on you? Just like when our friend in chat was being hey, I'm never going to change my mind, but I want you to focus on me, as though I'm in charge. I'm not going to change my mind, but try and convince me. That Charlie Kirk right-wing bullshit. Hey, Democrats are, socialism is bad, change my mind. That meme. We carry the flame for Charlie Kirk by remembering that meme. My question to him is, where'd you learn this from? Who are you imitating? What his job is to trace it back to his earliest past, and ask the same question of his mum or dad. because they had the same bullshit played on them. And he will continue to play it until he finds a group, maybe with the conservatives, because that's one of the things they play. I'm stupid, but change my mind. Like, what's that YouTube series? One rational person versus 20 fascists. Jubilee, that Jubilee YouTube series, where it's one rational person against 20 idiots. He could be one of those idiots. But that's the point. Religions, political movements, and capitalistic movements abuse and manipulate this way of being to find members that they can call to arms against the evil people who are different. That's the injustice that plays out within our society. It's just a manipulation of the same injustice or problem we carry within our soul. The call to action from the fascists. So what? So what am I talking about? Oh yes, the questions. So, recognize you got a problem. And like, problem is the music's a bit quiet, isn't it? Find out what role you're playing. Now, this is what dream analysis does so well, because not only are you in a same problem that you might have played out today or with your girlfriend or whatever, forget about that. But it gives you clues. You're not just in that same role with your boss or whatever. There's a dragon there as well. So it gives you metaphors and similes. My cat Bob is philosophizing along with us. Oh, that's very cute. A good kitty. That's a good kitty right there.
Off the perky, call me Kirky.
Off the perky, call me Kirky. Because of the kitty, for some reason.
I think it's so awesome.
And it's so awesome.
I guess UFOs might be Jesus.
I don't see how that follows.
It's a total shit show.
That is, to say UFOs might be Jesus. So, tracing that state of mind back to that origin scene where we took the blame for to gain our pathologos false images of what's real, hating our own understanding, our own use of mind and their own true self, to create that pathologos false image of ourself, acceptable states of mind, and the problematic functioning of our beliefs. But we can trace it back because it's inferred. By tracing that state of mind back to the origin scene, you don't know your image of self because you didn't put it into words. Bob's the smartest for sure. Oh yeah, you got some cat love in chat. If there are trees to be found, he is a genius.
All checks out.
It's not being crazy. It's called reaching a higher sense of being.
He's not being crazy, he's reaching a higher state of being.
My head is
Quite large and filled with secrets.
Bob's head is large and filled with secrets. So we want to find the image of self that we inferred from that origin, from that original experience that kept us trapped in our fate or problems. So that's the pyramid. And it was worth... I made my own soundboard, so I can say things like this.
I'm too pure.
Wait, it's too short.
Honestly, on the real,
I say stuff like that because I'm back.
And I do stuff like that because I'm cool.
Jester Goon.
maxed.
There we go. So there's a nice pyramid. Now, of course, we can do another stage with 5 underneath this because we have already on the board those 5 stages of cognitive development that we are supposed to participate in, that we are looking at the development of in the Oxiding pictures. The 5 classes of pathologos counter oppositions to any of those. So the 5 fundamental kinds of problems, there have to be an objection to any one of those. Notice the things that we, the triad of the self is here. So we remove our beliefs and image thinking to develop that triad of self. There's our self, there's our state of mind, there's our functioning. There's the threesome of self. The things that we learn to hate and fear from that original origin scene. So any objection to the pathologos itself in principle is an objection to the self. Sixth hypothesis, isms or Mickey Mouse is an objection to a true reality. Seventh hypothesis, defeat the bad guys, Satan versus Jesus, is an objection to understanding. So those are those two. Materialism, an objection to there even being a hole in the physical world. And nihilism, there's not even physical things, there's not even rocks. So we could take those 5. Oh, and the 5 kinds of interpretation that we went through as well. From rejecting the new, offering alternative beliefs, taking a piece of the new on your old beliefs, trying to keep them both, and then eventually accepting that new stage of development you're supposed to be moving into and letting go of the previous stage. So we can have a whole bunch of different 5s under there for that pyramid. A whole bunch of 5s under there. But they're already on the board, so we've already gone through them. So you can make that pyramid. And if you see in our thumbnails on YouTube, a pyramid head, and that's because of this pyramid. Pyramid head from Silent Hill. How are we for time? Well, we've been going for 3.5 hours. But we do have chatters, so maybe we'll keep going because it's good to have chatters. Oh, and I gotta catch up. Habits suck. Yes, lucky for people to have goals and ideas rather than fleeting whims alone. Yes, that's the point. So it's like, this is the irony. We're all master dialecticians. We're all master meditators. Only unless we take a proactive role in our own life, we end up as a dialectician perfecting our pathologos, negative states of mind in that self-fulfilling prophecy. Just as bankers are contemplating money all day, every human being is contemplating their unsuspected false image of self that plays out in every area of their life, including their fantasies. Gooners.
Gooner.
Damn, you really are a gooner.
So it's better to not be a slave to fate and seek your destiny or excellence or purpose. Shakespeare, Socrates, Shakespeare's crazy pattern room. I'm not crazy, you're crazy.
Personality maxing requires you to look.
Wait,
Imagine people changing their positions and improving for the better.
that's what we're doing.
I'm always good, and that is what I stand for, being good.
Good all the time.
And we are good all the time. And that's what we stand for. Never having philosophical thought is madness. Doing the same thing again, over and over again, hoping for a change. Right. So what we were looking for when we are in those patterns where things can't change and we're in that habit and we're learning what is that art that allows us to change the things that we can't change yet. And that's a kind of philosophical ignorance. That's the good approach to ignorance. When you recognize I can't solve my problems. I'm in a repeating cycle of problems and nothing I carry in my beliefs can solve it. Now I'm willing to get on that chair to do dream analysis or midwifery with a dialectician because I'm open and curious. So, pursue your highest goals, seek them with excellence, do everything you can to reach them, and then when you find you can't, now you're ready for a midwife or a dream talk. What triads like absorbing food? That's my team. Oh, that's interesting. Well, food has some sort of existence. So plants, I suppose, have a power to grow and have some sort of activity. That's a good question. What would be the existence, power, and activity for food? There's another way of looking at the triad. That's fun. Hang on a second. Within our soul, we have something that reasons. Should that be our guidance? Should that be what guides us, our top? But then there has to be some sort of desire. to give us power or motivation. No one's going to make you read this stuff. Like, let me catch up on the chat. I promised I wouldn't get behind in chat. So let's not go through this. Do this another day. Go back to the chat. I do this too. You get into a flow of thought. You want to chat, but you have to interrupt the thought. Oh yeah, that's me right now. Great. Such great notes here. Great. Exchanges flyers on the street with Christians. Jesus? Here's one about the dialectic. My cat Bob, I think I'm caught up. Genius cat. If you keep zooming out, you can see that it's Bob's brain he's been riding on. Yeah, this is Bob's brain. There it is. Have a great day. Bye, Rocket. Chow gonna eat some plants. Yummy plants. Where is this use of the term midwifery from? Is something you coined? No, Socrates coined it in the Alcibiades. He says, so he talks about, actually, give me 1 minute. I need to take a bio break. I'll be right back. Let's jump in. Your question. So, yes, Socrates says, hey, my wife, bad joke.
Fucking bitch, pussy ass fucker.
Sorry, I deserve that.
What is this? The damn Anthony? Okay, whatever.
Yeah, it's the Opie and Anthony show from my... Yeah, so Alcibiades, Socrates is talking to this kid named Alcibiades, who he's had his eye on for a while, so he can recognize some philosophical aptitude or potential within him. And he explains, like in a similar way we explained to Spaceship today, what's involved. What would be involved in this new way of being, true philosophy, including reflecting on your problems the way we've been outlining, the difficulty that it brings, the fact that we won't want to do it most of the time because that's what blocks are. It blocks us from doing what we're supposed to be doing, and we want to do, and we have fun doing. It's the best game in town, the noblest game. But also things like, as my mother is with children, so too my art is with ideas. I can recognize someone pregnant with an idea. I can help them go through the stage of the delivery, the pains of the delivery. But also I can help them judge, whether or not it's a true and noble birth, self-logos, or a sick baby that needs to be aborted, pathologos. And he explains, so therefore I'm like a philosophical midwife while she's like a midwife of babies. So that's a term Socrates coined. And on our YouTube channel, we have read about 5 chapters of the book. There is a book written by the same author of this book that we're reading, called Philosophical Midwifery: A New Paradigm for Understanding Human Problems. It's a bit dense, but there are 2 other books you can get. It's called A Pocket Pierre, which is an abridged version, and it comes along with a companion book called Unblocking, giving you exercises to do to unblock your own problems. We're about 5 chapters in, then we stop to read this book, thank goodness, because this book's a fucking masterpiece. But also what we've been reading in this book is, when we murdered Socrates, we lost philosophical midwifery because Plato was too young to go through the midwifery process when we killed his teacher. But Homer had midwifery. So with the Balboa translation of Homer's Iliad, we have a story of the worst possible person, Achilles. All this pathologo stuff, my beliefs are the best, my family is the best family, my family is chosen by the gods, that underlies all human pathologos about their own family and beliefs. Achilles had it in the worst possible way. His family was literally half divine. So he was the biggest possible jerk. But, well, thanks for the follow. Martin Scholar, welcome. To you we say,
I have a sickness for the thickness.
that's not appropriate.
Funny, cool, and accents. This is, come on.
To you we say, you're funny, cool, and maybe you have an accent.
Jester Goon Max.
All right, that's just silly.
I've been a bad little girl.
Stop it.
Goons of gooners.
That's just being, my soundboard's being a gooner. I apologize. So, what the hell was I talking about? The midwife solves problem. Oh yes, Iliad. So, Achilles growth arc is excellent. Yes. So, try and get your hands on the Balboa translation because it has all of these key words that we've been reading in philosophy: self, ousia, logos, phronesis, the state of self. They've never been translated. They haven't even been translated in Plato before. But Juan Balboa went through enough midwifery and dream analysis to remove enough of his own interpretation and spent years and decades studying with a master philosophy. It's like, imagine translating a medical book from French and you know nothing about medicine. That has been the translators of Plato and Homer since now. So with Juan Balboa, we have an actual philosopher actually able to translate these works, and it's entirely about midwifery. The worst person recognizing that he is carrying a false belief that caused the death of his loved one, his friend, and caused many other deaths, and went through dream analysis, philosophical midwifery, and actually addressing his parental figure directly, Lord Phoenix, his surrogate mother, challenged his way of being, became open to a divine experience, third ox-herding picture, and went on to go through the other ox-herding pictures to develop that into highest excellence, becoming the model for all human beings, to demonstrate that even the worst possible person can be the best through the dialectic and midwifery and dream analysis. That was known in the age of Socrates and prior, the Hellenic age, the golden age. Therefore, for human beings to turn their problems, for all human beings, if we are to save our species, or individually, if we want to reach the excellence in our own life, that means to become Hellenic. And as Socrates says in the end of the book that we've been reading, it's a way of being that's singular. Because when in the dialogue that before we've jumped into the ox-herding pictures, Jesus says, oh, that's nice, but hey, we all end up in the same place. We'll all reach heaven eventually. We just have different opinions on what paths to follow. Socrates says, no, that's just all relativism stuff. There's one single path that we all need. That's called being Hellenic. And Achilles demonstrates that, and it's a model for humanity that puts all other cultures to shame. So, known by Homer, the word coined by Socrates, and 2,000 years later, the book has been written by the author of the book we're reading now, Dr. Pierre Grimes. So fundamentally, it seems, in terms of books worth reading, Homer, Balboa translation, Socrates, the Balboa translation of Plato, and Dr. Pierre Grimes seems to be the three people who have mastered the Logos and have written works that are complete, intelligible, meaning we don't have to project our own beliefs or interpret. Those are the books that we read on this channel. So on the channel, we've got a couple of dialogues from Plato in the past. We've got the first 5 chapters of that midwifery book. And now that this book is finished, we're going to have to choose what book to read next. I'm thinking of doing Pierre Grimes' Is It All Relative? Or maybe The Symposium. Yes, the moment he sat and wept with Priam. Right. He waltzed into the tent and said, hey, listen, pal, you are my enemy, but we've both lost. Look at all the stuff I've gone through in my life. I want to tell you about my pathologos. And Priam was wise enough to recognize that the human pathologos, cause of our problems, is universal, and he went through something similar and they both wept together. Absolutely. That's solving your pathologos. He went through his dream analysis, he addressed his parental figure, and he put it into his action in his life. Hey, this is what I've learned about my problem. This is how it's been playing out in my life. I don't want to do it anymore. What about you? The worst person can become the best. Yeah. Beautiful moment of reconciliation. That's midwifery. What we're seeing is the fourth oxherding picture, after we've had a glimpse, is the counter-attack from our pathologos. The fifth oxherding picture is if you stay in it, if you're doing midwifery and dream analysis, as Achilles did, as Socrates said demonstrates is necessary, you can have some success. So you're having some success. You have to hold tight to your methods, but you realize there is an intelligibility behind your thoughts. It's a message. Your problems are solvable in principle. If you think they're not, that's just a mark of delusion. Now, your problems are literal. They are messages about your false image of the self, but they're always messages. They are intelligible. Problems are solvable in principle. But if you don't hold true, if you don't stay up, keep up with your reading, midwifery, and dream work, your mind will go back to your old patterns or your muddy haunts. But properly tended, it becomes clean and gentle. Now, the last part, untethered, it willingly follows its master. You're not untethered yet, but this is anticipating the next stage. If you do start to have success, like Achilles, and you recognize, oh, holy crap, this isn't just blowing smoke. This isn't just one extra belief among many. It's not academic philosophy, which is just how you can read a bunch of old dudes and get big words to justify your own personal beliefs. Yes, I believe that we should do this because Nietzsche said, and then Kierkegaard said this. And if you read Hegel, he says, no, that's not philosophy. That's just getting big words to justify your own beliefs. We read Homer, Socrates, and Pierre Grimes because they demonstrate the logos. Understanding itself, the structure of thought that we can ourselves use for our own mastery of the art of dialectic, our own direct experience, the integration of that experience, as we're seeing in these oxherding pictures, and going all the way to know the self. So, what would it be like to be untethered? Tethered. Sixth oxherding picture. We might as well read the sixth. Riding the bull home. Mounting the ox. Mounting.
Disgusting. I'm so disgusted.
That's disgusting.
You can be a gooner.
Not like this, you can't.
Gooners. Whoa, lady, shut up, please.
Shut up, lady.
It's sad. And I'm sad for it.
Mounting the ox. So that, is it the self? Is it the mind? Seems to be mind, isn't it? Slowly I return homeward. The voice of my flute intones through the evening, measuring with hand beats the pulsating harmony. I direct the endless rhythm. Whoever hears this melody will join with me. That has been a theme of today. The cicadas are singing a strange song, says Spaceship Chatter from earlier. These philosophers are singing a strange melody. Now you are singing it yourself. Riding the ox home. The struggle is over. Gain and loss no longer affect him. He hums the rustic tune of the woodsman and plays the simple songs of the village children. Astride the ox's back, he gazes serenely at the clouds above. His head does not turn in the direction of temptations. Try though one may to upset him, he remains undisturbed. The poem. Riding free as air, he buoyantly comes home. Through evening mists, in wide straw hat and cape. Wherever he may go, he creates a fresh breeze. While in his heart, profound tranquility prevails. This ox requires not a blade of grass. So, what are we looking for? The dialectic. What's encountered, the state of mind, how it functions, and how it concludes. What's encountered? Well, he's riding the ox, isn't he? And he's able to function. Now, the harmony that Socrates has been using the word harmony to refer to the logos, the inherent intelligibility and pattern of reality, expressed in music and math, but reflecting the dialectic. It's the dialectic that we use to understand human drama. Definition, demonstration, division, conclusion. Dreams, same thing. It's the dialectic that we use to map the cognitive functions. The definition, mind. Demonstration, understanding. Divisions, dividing into beliefs. Conclusion, you end up in images disconnected from mind and self in the downward way. What's encountered? Some sort of mastery? What's the state of mind? His head does not turn in the direction of temptations. So this is what he isn't doing. By the way, in a dialectic, you can say three things. What is true? So what's his state of mind? He is gazing serenely. So serenity. What isn't true? He doesn't turn his head in the direction of temptations. So he's not, you wouldn't say he's distracted by the tangents of others. Like Spaceship earlier. Once we recognized the game that he was in and did what we could to introduce him to philosophy, as Socrates did to Alcibiades, no longer interesting to us. When Achilles saw the nature of his problems, that state of being, that role, that state of mind, no longer attracted him. And he said to his mother, "See ya. The tranquility is hard for me, though it's improving. It's an indication," this is in chat, "on how hard it is to keep the focus on logos. Especially when whatever is being said attacks things I value deeply, like respect for others." Yes. Yes. So this seems to be the result of. So, seeing the footprints, you've discovered that there is a logos, and sounds like from your reading you've seen it a lot. Had a glimpse that there might be a state of being or a level of reality or a state of self beyond the physical. Third, had a glimpse. Maybe you're in the fourth. You're facing the counterattacks from the old habits, the things that turn your head. If you get into midwifery and dream analysis, that is, whatever level that you've understood the dialectic, try and use it to unpack the metaphors, similes, drama, turning point of your dream. Furniture, metaphoric furniture in your dream. And apply it to the text that you're reading. So having your nose in the texts. So again, Balboa translation of Homer or Plato, or any of Pierre Grimes' stuff. This one would count, I suppose. The Oxford Pictures seems to be intelligible. But then you'll start to notice some success. Seems to be the fifth. Once you've developed mastery, maybe You've gone from sitting on the chair talking to a dialectician to being able to be the dialectician yourself, to lead a midwife talk, to lead a dream talk. You're singing the songs, you're directing the endless rhythm. So again, when we do this, we're not bringing our own beliefs. Oh, this is what I think your problem is. You're using the language as it unfolds. The words from the dream, the words from the person talking. And there are a bunch of principles that you have to apply, give them time to reflect. They can add to the dream if they remember on the chair. They can correct you. You always listen to them. And of course, my teacher gave me a learning experience of that by doing the exact opposite. Right before he died, he set up the conditions where people were betraying all of the principles of dream analysis and midwifery as a kind of education of how fucking terrible it is when you don't apply and follow those principles. It sucked. I hated the guy for a while. No, that's not true. I never hated him. I was very frustrated. I was like, why can't we just work together? Why are you breaking all the principles of midwifery and dream analysis? It fucking sucks. And when we follow, it's great. And then you listen to me, it's fantastic. And I recognize now it was a demonstration of what midwifery and philosophy and dream analysis isn't, by showing the importance of following the principles. So there you go. I recommend following the principles and not having to go through that shit. So you're following the logos as it unfolds in the dream. You're allowing the dreamer to talk. It's their problems. It's their problem. It's their insight. You listen to their words. If they correct you, then you listen. You try and transcribe the dream directly as when you wake up, so into audio. And then in the old days, we'd have to type it up from the audio recording. But you can just use like these voice-to-text transcription services that are really good now. So save yourself half an hour to an hour. I wanted to get it as accurate as you can get it, the better it is. And it's a relationship. If someone's genuine and open and want to understand, don't kick them out. Again, that's something that I learned the hard way, because I was always wanting to understand. And when people hit their blocks, sometimes they wouldn't. See, when you hit because being a dialectician is our ideal functioning, it's guaranteed to surface your own blocks. That's why there are principles. If you hit a block, you address it. If the person says, well, I've said this a few times and you keep not hearing it, maybe we should switch roles. Let me ask you some questions about that block. Or let's review the talk, or let's bring in a third person. There are things that you can do. But you have to anticipate your blocks will come up as you are in the 6th ox-herding picture, functioning as a dialectician. So even a dialectician has to be open to the logos unfolding for them. Made sense to me at the time, but it was very surprising for me to experience how difficult it was for people, even who had been studying this for decades, to appreciate that. But I'm a bit weird. I'm a bit of a alien. I've always loved understanding and always thought it was great. So it was confusing when people, nope, I'm not reflecting on my problem. I'm not crazy, you're crazy. I'm not crazy, you're crazy.
Everybody should love sluts. I love sluts.
That's not relevant. That's the oracle. She's being a gooner.
You can be a gooner.
Okay, I apologize.
Freaks.
Hey, new chatter. Welcome. Truth is personal and relational. Ooh. Even in that first sentence, that falls apart, doesn't it? Like, doesn't truth mean transpersonal? When I say 1 and 1 is true, I don't mean it's my personal opinion. Imagine doing maths like that. Oh, by the way, that's the right wing. That's truthiness, MAGA. Well, Trump says that drugs have gone down 600%. Isn't that impossible? Well, no. Trump has alternative math. See, truth is just personal. For him, math is personal for him. No, that's not truth. You will get fired from your job as a math teacher if you think that math, or any teacher, you're teaching someone to fly a plane and you say, well, pulling back on the steering wheel angles the plane up. And if you're a teacher who comes along and says, but that's just my personal opinion, the truth of how to fly a plane can be personal to you. By the way, truth is personal can be therefore recognized as one of those states of mind that can exist as human beings. Which one is it? 7th. The rejection of understanding. Understanding is about truth. You can understand that 1 and 1 is 2. Fred can understand it. An alien species 1 million light years away and 1 million years in the future might pick up one rock and another rock and say, ooh, 1, 1, 2. That's understanding. It's transpersonal. A rejection of that is a certain worldview that we call everything is relative. Hey, welcome, Sus.
I have a sickness for the thickness.
I hope you have a sickness for the thickness today, Sus.
I'm eating the testicles of this bull, and I'm eating it raw.
And I hope you're enjoying some raw bull testicles. Sorry, let me finish the whole thing. Logos is an eternal relationship within the Trinity of God's being. So already we've fallen down because the idea of God can't have qualities. God can't have being. If we're talking about there being an eternal quality of the divine, being, existence, intelligence, life, some sort of power to create, these are all qualities that exist as a oneness. Right? Therefore, if the gods are just personifications or metaphors for the principles of reality, they're not literal dudes in the sky with fucking pitchforks and white beards, then if you're talking about qualities, you're in the realm of gods, plural. Now, if you ask the question, for there to be a unity or oneness of qualities, you need a prior principle of one. Now you're in the realm of God, the one, self. Why self? Well, if God is, it has to have some sort of selfhood, right? And when you're talking about the gods, you're talking about the qualities. That's philosophy or metaphysics. Beauty itself, justice itself, reality itself, being itself, the structure and principles that we call the dialectic. That's the dialectic, that's true philosophy, that's theology, that's the gods. If you are saying, what's the cause of that? What's the cause of oneness? Now you're the idea of God. Truth, so we say truth and love come from the same source. Love is a bit different because love is a desire for something rather than the quality itself, but let's keep going. Come from the same source. On the existential level, when we lose relation to the truth, disorientation happens or we lose a sense of purpose and meaning. Okay, I like that idea. So the qualities of mind, we call the gods. Oneness, we talked about there being a oneness of qualities, but it's also the truth. Yes, orientate your focus on the truth. That's the dialectic. Now, the name for how those aspects exist and function and structure, that's the logos. The same logos we use in the dialectic. The same logos we use to unpack our dreams. The same logos we've been using to learning to use in the dialectic of reading. That's why we read these books. So yeah, I like the idea of orientating your focus to truth. A different hat. Yes, different hat. But personal doesn't mean subjective and relative. It means that we can access it without our own subjectivity. Okay, well then I wouldn't use the word personal, I would use the word knowable, apprehendable. So the cognitive functions that we've been developing, Fifth, image thinking, shapes and colors, sexists, racists, morons. Belief, that which underpins the beliefs about reality that we get from childhood that causes our image thinking. But understanding isn't about belief or personal opinions. That's something that is true and objective. And what we're seeing is, if we use the dialectic and, as you say, orient ourselves on what is eternal, the model of understanding, we can be open to directly experiencing it. So it's objective or transpersonal, but it is knowable in experience. But of course, if you've left the physical world and you're experiencing a oneness of pure consciousness, it'd be difficult to say it's a personal thing because the person is gone now. It's transpersonal. But yeah, you're right. The whole point is to experience it. It's fun to read about these things, but hey, if there's a party, if beauty itself exists as pure bliss, don't you want to go to the party yourself? Sussy. Do you come here to preach or learn? Is this a discussion and taking another perspective, or to blast your own? No, dissociation happens when, as a result of PTSD, it's a clinical condition. Are you saying... Did he just delete his messages or something? I feel like there should be messages in between what Sus wrote. I get my lack of God is a pill form. Okay. Oh boy, I'ma guzzle my coffee. Cheers. I will also have some coffee.
I'm joy maxing, okay? And if I aura mog you because I'm joy maxing so hard...
That just sounds like your cortisol levels are spiking for no reason.
We be joy maxing.
Everything this guy does is perfect and beautiful. And he's handsome. I said it.
I'm glad that you said it. I'm glad someone's saying it. That I'm handsome. Apologies. No, there weren't any extra. It's all good though. Okay. So, yeah. Orient ourselves towards peeing. Which, of course, like anything, you want to get good at skateboarding? Look at the model. Watch some Tony Hawk. You want to perfect any activity or reflect on the model. That's called meditation. No, contemplation, because you can join with it. When you join with it, that's the upgrade from concentration to meditation to joining with it or contemplation, which is the dialectic. You don't do a dialectic on how many beans there are in China. Well, you can. I mean, you should, if you're thinking about anything. But what we want to apply the dialectic to is the things that have an eternal existence. If it's too long a paragraph, I won't send it. Oh, no. I thought you know. You can send long paragraphs. Of course you can. As long as what fits. Trust me. I do long paragraphs in the Twitch chats that I participate in. As a philosopher, I need somewhere to talk. So you can talk for as long as it fits, yeah. I got into a semantic thing with someone the other day. I used the word precious to reflect rarity and scarcity, but someone else focused on the suggestion of vanity. Oh, and we went round and around. Interesting. Well, that's great. As a philosopher, we need somewhere to talk. Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yep. So you guys can talk as much as you want here. Just try not to take anything I say personal. I try to be graceful and patient, but it's difficult to see sometimes because I don't know if I'm talking to a bot. But yeah, so long as you don't take anything I say personal, you're welcome to say as much as you want here. I think a semantic issue and it was a literal definition. So yes, that's the thing, like definition. What's the idea itself? So if you get caught on one word, precious, what can you say about that word itself? If they're not in agreement, hey, we have a different definition of the word. Demonstration. Oh, let me give a demonstration of how precious functions to something else. How it functions to a rare mineral or a precious kitty or something. If they're okay, then move on to the next step. If they're not, break it down one step further. What's after that? Division, others to others. Take that functioning and apply it to certain situations. Give an example. Hey, would you say this precious mineral is precious? Would you say this precious kitten is precious? Would you say this? Conclusion has 2 steps. From these divisions, is there some repeating theme or causal element or consistent idea that you can take this others to others or division and synthesize it into a single other as a result of your reflection? And then after synthesis, analysis. Oops, that's anal.
They're a weirdo.
That's a weirdo.
They're like a goon. They're a gooner.
So I better write the end of the word. To take that other or idea or theme back to self, back to that definition. So we've taken these examples of either what it is, or hey, you could do what it isn't. Hey, this isn't precious, this isn't precious, this isn't precious. As a result, we can see there's one thing they're lacking. There's our synthesis. Now we can go back to our definition. Dialectic. Dialectic is fun. Usually when Christians talk about lack of presence of God or darkness of the night, they say separation from God and not dissociation. Oh, interesting. Oh, agreed. The problem of the one and many. Oh, that's the problem. That's the problem. If one, how many? Why many? Well, get one hypothetical answer. If one, why many? Well, self in relation to itself, unfolding into a many, only we've returned to the original definition, not of self, but of the idea of precious, with some understanding in our back pocket. The deeper understanding. We've evolved. And necessarily, in order to do that, return from the unfolding or the many back to the one, we're returning with this skill called the dialectic in our back pocket. So there's some ideas of maybe why that we can wonder about why the many, if it's from one, and the many brings confusion. How is there underlying unity in creation at the same time as multiplicity? Why do we assume that ultimate reality isn't unity itself? How does multiplicity come about then? Do we not strive to escape reality through transcendence and loss of self-identity by submerging into a unity? Escape reality? Wouldn't you be unifying with reality? But by uniting multiplicity in relation of love, that is ultimate telos of creation. Interesting. It sounds like your idea hangs on the word love, doesn't it? If your way of bringing together solving the one and many problem is love, we better define what love means, demonstrate how it functions, show its divisions. That will necessitate the conclusion that you've come to. That's the symposium, by the way. Interesting reflection. Dark night of the soul is interesting, at least I think so. So we can feel a lack of presence in order for God to let us decompress and rearrange our perspectives. Let me move this one over so I have some more space. Got 2 chats on my screen. The Dark Night of the Soul is a phase of passive purification in the mythical development of the individual spirit according to This sounds like ChatGPT. Mystic John of the Cross describes the concept. Right, so what we have been reading in this book is there are, from Jesus's words, there is a lineage of interpretation. So from Jesus, reached a certain, by the way, everyone has reached a certain level of logos in both vision and understanding. That's the logos, or self and reality. But also have done some work on purifying their pathologos. So everyone can be ranked, in principle. What level of vision and understanding? What level of purification from your problems have you reached? Now, the people who followed Jesus didn't have his level of vision, and Jesus himself didn't have a high level of understanding. So we have Mark, but then we have Paul, who came along and rejected everything. So that's that fifth level of interpretation, the rejecting of anything new. So while Jesus says beliefs are bad, understanding is necessary to reach states of mind, Paul said, fuck that. Understanding bad, the devil. Faith good. Modern Christians are Pauline Jews that reject the teachings of Jesus. Mark rejects Paul. Now, as a result of Paul and the sick false beliefs of Emperor Justinian, who wanted to create Christianity, they killed the philosophers. Killed or exiled the philosophers, shut down the academy, burnt the libraries, and created the Dark Ages, 529 AD. This is what happens if you venerate belief like Paul and Emperor Justinian, and you sacrifice understanding. When this was happening, there was a philosopher called Dionysius, who snuck in philosophical teachings, pretending to be an apostle of Paul, pretending to be present at the crucifixion of Jesus, but it was just Platonic stuff. As a result, all Christian theology scholarship since then, have posited the idea, hey, all of the stages of development that we've been understanding in philosophy through the development of the dialectic or understanding is also in this Bible book under Dionysius only. Therefore, there is a passive development of spiritual development through faith or revelation. We later found out that Dionysius was just a philosopher at the academy, and he was lying to save, which is a kind of interpretation, by the way. And if St. Augustine quotes Dionysius like 10,000 times, and all Christian apologetics are all based on that, we can see there's no actual grounding for spiritual or personal development in religion or in Christianity. But also, we don't even need that. We can understand that beliefs are the cause of problems, understanding is its solution. So anything that venerates belief is in principle bad and harmful, all religion. But that's where it comes from. An attempt to save your own personal beliefs instead of doing the work you're supposed to be doing of midwifery and dream analysis to purify your beliefs, and finding a way of, this is the second class of interpretation. Talked about Paul rejecting the teachings of Jesus, this attempt to unify, hey, we can find a correlation between philosophical spiritual development, the new and the old, and we can keep both. That's the second class of interpretation. Our goal is to reach the first, to get rid of the old beliefs we might be loyal to. Yeah, so that's stuff. That's my perspective on the dark night of the soul. Now, if you liked that as an analogy, and you're not quite at the level of accepting the new and rejecting the old, you want to keep some of your old beliefs because you like some of the images or whatever, or you still want to go to Christmas at your church, or you're an Episcopalian and you're in a small town and only run by Episcopalians, and you still want to go to softball on Thursdays, and you have to be a believer otherwise you can't join the Christian softball team, then you could use it as a metaphor to reflect understanding, which would be placing it within the stages of holding on to your false beliefs through interpretation, and the activity of letting them go to go out of belief into the development of understanding. And of course, going back to the oxiding pictures that we're reading, which take you everywhere from a glimpse on the third oxiding picture, the counterattack. So maybe the dark night of the soul could be the fourth oxiding picture, the counterattack. You're trying to catch the ox, but it keeps wanting to go back. You're not good enough. You can't do it. You're a small bean. You're a bad noodle. All of the voices of your pathologos fighting back. Fourth. But again, only with philosophical midwifery and dream analysis can you overcome them. You can't belief away beliefs. I think Einstein said that. You can't solve the problems caused by one mode of thinking with that current mode of thinking. Belief in principle can't solve problems. Can't believe your way into fixing your computer. You can understand your computer. You could also understand the belief of the guy in your office who was too stupid to play his computer right as an IT guy. In other words, your understanding can understand the computer, but it can also understand the false belief of the guy in accounting that caused his computer to break. Understanding has a scope over all of it. Looking for definitions of love, so I've just become researching this stuff. Great, the symposium. So I'm thinking about going into the symposium next, or maybe the Is It All Relative book, which explores another common belief. Hey, everything is relative to personal opinions. There's no one piece. It's not worth reading these books or doing this work or examining your beliefs. Everything is opinions. Hey, if the Republicans want to kill people for profit, that's just as true as the progressives who want to universal income and healthcare, universal principles applied universally for universal benefit. Everything is relative. It's a modern dialogue set in a Greek restaurant in modern times with regular people talking about that idea. So I'm thinking about either symposium or that, or maybe the Orange book on midwifery. There's so much to do. And we're getting a translation of for the first time in human history, we've been able to get a translation of the Odyssey, which is another possibility. Thank you, dear. Oh, that's lovely.
It's not being crazy. It's called reaching a higher sense of being.
Higher sense of being for us.
My head is quite large and filled with secrets.
Follow her, don't be stingy. Follow her too. Who's her? So refreshing. Oh, I'm glad you think so, Flora. To you we say...
That's funny.
That's funny. And then we say...
Now we're getting into extreme Jordan Peterson levels of whimsy.
Extreme Jordan Peterson levels of whimsy. Oh, do you two know each other or something? Are you a stream of ocean? What if I showed you a mathematical truth? Come from Trinity. The same source as the mathematical truth. Well, if you've got a Trinity, then there must be a cause to that, right? Because 3 can't be 1. Same source of this mathematical truth, and keep in mind the mathematical truth is also in relation. Is also the source of, talking about, is it all relative? Source of God's energies that deify and unify us in God's relational way in a love. So love is that relation within the Trinity itself that comes out of his being and unify us all to him. Who's this guy in the corner? What's he doing? What? Jesus doing in the corner there? Get out of there. Socrates as well. There they go. Specifics, that's what. Right, so you're saying that there are three. Well, we have been talking about the triad in metaphysics. Everything that exists, for it to exist, has to have its own, well, existence, or rulership, or highest flourishing. Where is it? For it to have an existence, it has to have some sort of energy or power to do what it does. So existence, power, and activity. Some activity it does. So that would be our triad. You're saying it's bound by love. Well, I'd ask, well, hang on a second. What is love? Is it some sort of desire for something you consider beautiful and good? Can you be beautiful without the good? By the way, can you desire something you have already? So if God is perfect and is always itself, could it desire something? Could it be lacking? In which case, love can't be attributed to the divine. By the way, they talk about those who have had a glimpse of pure being, the second hypothesis, or the third oxherding picture, fall in love with it because they say it's the most beautiful experience possible. That's why it's called philosophy. Philos means love, Sophia, wisdom. There you go. I'm working to elaborate my ideas into a thesis on the metaphysics of Trinity. Great. Now, the next step would be, can you use the words from the ideas and the words from one of the texts that we are currently reading? Because that's why we read. Otherwise, it can be a fun exercise to unify your thoughts, but unless it, for example, if you want to be a mechanic and you're not reading the mechanical textbook, what ideas are you unifying? That's why we read the texts that reflect the self-logos. It gives us a shared language from Homer, Socrates, or Pierre Grimes that reflects the truth of the logos that we can ourselves wonder about and bring together. And if I say, hey, why did you say that logos is the binding force? So, oh, look at this quote, look at this section here. Now, you should be able to understand it and demonstrate it yourself, but ideally it needs to be reflected. You need to use the words from the text that we're reading together. But, I mean, if your insight is so profound and complete, yeah, you'd be able to write the book yourself. Or give a complete dialectic, walk someone through a dialectic step by step to demonstrate your idea. So you would benefit in that because you would get practice in testing your understanding of your vision. They would get benefit in gaining an insight into your vision.
It's a win-win.
It's a win-win. The Holy Trinity is the central Christian doctrine defining God. Holy Spirit. Yeah. It's make-em-ups. It's religion, it's make-em-ups. That's me in the corner losing my religion. I stream, we game and ponder philosophy of love. Ooh, there you go. I don't have any authority on the topic. I learn by teasing through things with people very slowly. Or maybe we should do the symposium next, which is how Socrates was led to the experience of enlightenment through the yoga or method of love. An interesting Fun fact about that, his teacher was a lady. Yes. Even women's can be master dialecticians and masters of the logos, fulfill their purpose and become gurus. In fact, that might be a theme in the Odyssey as well, if we get into the Odyssey. Lady Penelope. So yes, that's all about love, so we could get into that maybe next. Space Shuttle is back. Welcome back, Space Shuttle.
Funny and cool? Hey, leave some for the rest of us, man.
Try not to be funny and cool, spaceship. You need to leave some for the rest of us. And if you don't, we will say...
Please end kink shaming on your show.
To end kink shaming. When people talk about love, I think oxytocin and chemicals and vasopressin. Right, which would be... Which of these 5 or 10 possible ways of thinking would be the idea that anything meaningful or beautiful or triggering of love can be reduced to chemicals? It can't be the lowest, nihilism, because that it says that there is no chemicals. 8th hypothesis, what's that? Everything can be reduced to physical elements. There you go. You have found the state of mind you are in when you think this way. Now, you're not always going to be in the 8th hypothesis. These are states of mind you move in and out of. But if you understand that hypothesis, whenever you are in them, you'll be able to get out of them. Because every one of these possible states of mind we move through in our development are not real. They're reflections, analogies. For our reflection and curiosity to gain insight into the true nature of the self. I talked earlier about learning the principles of midwifery by experiencing what it isn't. By going through many midwife talks with people who claimed to be midwives or dream analysis dialecticians and weren't, because they weren't following the principles, that's all. In a similar way, we can learn about the self beyond experience by experiencing all these different states of mind in our development and recognizing they're not real, but reflections. Like a reflection in the mirror. I'm back, says Space Shuttle. I'm interested to see how your ideas develop. I always talk that much, so I guess I mixed half the convo from before, but thanks that we all listen to me. You're welcome. I just know we're wired for each other. Like premature babies, healthy immune system. Get out of the NCU faster when we have skin-to-skin contact and biologically. Oh, right. Yeah, we need connection and love and support. Care, by love I mean care. In that sense. Can you give me text that you are reading? I would love to broaden my understanding. Well, we're reading Socrates and Jesus, A Dialogue in Heaven, which may be the greatest book ever written so far, because it does encourage you to write the sequel at the end. And you can order that online. There's a PDF link below in the profile, and under all of the YouTube videos, there's a link to the PDF. Someone told me that you can install an add-on to your web browser that allows you to permanently download the PDFs from the archive that you normally have to borrow, but I don't know if that's true. You have to ask somebody else about that. In case you want to read it on your ebook reader or something. But also, there are 180 episodes of us reading this book together that you can go through at your own pace. Yes, cases and instances of a lack of emotional support that lead to psychological dwarfism. As Socrates says in The Republic, to become a philosopher king, you need to be of the right seed, but also in the right soil. If you're not supporting your development, you can get stuck in your counterattack. Catching the ox. It's stubborn, it's unbridled, it wants to go back to your old habits. So yeah, you could even say that midwifery itself is an example of that. In that it may have been too scary or dangerous for us to question our images and models and way of functioning of our parental figures when we were young and dependent upon them. But in midwifery, you've got someone who's listening to you, they're asking you the questions, you're looking at your dream, so you don't have to bring anything, you don't have to be good enough. There's no right or wrong, or there's right or wrong. There's no blame and there's no shame, there's never any punishment. So in other words, you're creating the ideal conditions for care, so that you can practice putting logos or answering things that was too difficult to do when you were young. The ideal environment or the ideal kind of care. If that's the case, if that's the conditions for human beings solving the cause of the problems that they are stuck in, both in this lifetime and beyond, could we say the dialectic is the ideal model and functioning of true care? If so, we could call that providence. Yeah, so I don't mind spirituality. It tends not to take the biological or psychochemical aspects of our chemical nature. Right, so the idea is, if we can recognize that there is a root cause of self and then mind that relates to our functioning, and that functioning has a physical manifestation, we can say, well, yeah, our physical biology has a role, but it's not causal. In other words, in practicing the dialectic or going through any of these oxydating stages, you could do a CT scan of someone's brain and say, oh, there's more chemicals firing in the amygdala. The amygdala. I can't, the amygdala. That's what I meant to say, amygdala. There's more chemicals firing in the amygdala. Sure. And sometimes you can even induce those states of mind by introducing a chemical like a psychedelic. But that's not to say it's causal. And of course, people often find when you do use psychedelics in that way, it has diminishing returns. So the famous quote, I think from Alan Watts is, Terence McKenna, Alan Watts, can't remember, one of those guys. It's a window, not a door. So we want to look at the causes to make the lasting changes, which is in our mind. Or, as said in the oxydating pictures, in the fifth ox, when you're taming the bull, you recognize that our problems are not in the objective physical world, but carried in our minds. And if you stay in the game, your mind can become clean and gentle. I'd love to hear your views on the symposium. Well, we'd read it. We would read it together. So maybe it would be a new undertaking. We'd read it from the beginning, read it together. Learning how to read without interpretation is the same art, but also we would discover how Socrates was led by his female master of the Logos to his enlightenment experience through pursuing the yoga or method of love and beauty. Sounds like a fantastic model for a partner if you are lucky enough to find someone with a good heart and a good head. Which gives us another triad, by the way, speaking of triads. If this is these 10 stages representing the stages of cognitive development to reach the self, along with its 5 oppositions or our pathologos false beliefs that block that development, can represent in 10 stages the entire drama and purpose of humanity. We can therefore recognize, as another triad, that in relationships, there's you, like Apollo, there's your beloved, like Aphrodite, But don't you want the best for your beloved? Don't you want them to be most beautiful? And if you're ever doing sexy times, don't you want them to play certain roles that you would consider most sexy and beautiful? What's the cause of those things? Therefore, your pathologos, images of reality, or which includes beauty, goodness, justice, you would be trying to enforce on them, and equally so, they would have their own family beliefs and images they would want to be putting on you. That's the nature of relationship conflicts. Conflict. Now, even more dangerous if there isn't conflict. If your pathologos are so similar that you feed each other's problems, that's even worse. Therefore, in principle, there has to be 3 people in your relationship, says Socrates. A shared ideal that both of you can seek together. Every morning over breakfast, you can reflect on your dreams. Between breakfast time and morning tea time, you can read the books that we read together. Whenever there's a problem, it can be an opportunity for midwifery. It's a win-win-win.
It's a win-win-win.
That's what I said.
Calm your fucking tits.
Okay, sorry. But of course, well, that's what we're doing here. We're understanding that shared ideal. The self, our ideal state of mind, and our ideal functioning. There's our triad. First, second, and third hypotheses. And what we're seeing is the third oxiding picture is a glimpse into the second oxiding picture, is realizing that everything we've been reading is a reflection of the self. There's our self introduction in the second oxiding picture. You have a glimpse of mind in the third. There's your first stage of enlightenment. And by the 6th, you have been participating in midwifery and dream analysis to the point where you can actually sing that song. The shared ideal that you can both work towards together, necessary for a healthy relationship. Also helping you move more quickly to your intended purpose. And we see that in the 6th oxiding picture. You are riding the bull. You can sing the songs. And by the way, the songs help the village children, but also the rustic woodsman. And you are wearing a straw hat. So the thumbnail for this will be Straw Hat Luffy. He's in all of the thumbnails anyway. So there you are, riding the horse. Ox. You balance the physical realm and the spiritual realm. Right, so hopefully we've answered that one. I also don't get the chalkboard there, as you would describe the mind with such table and characterization. Please, that's tasteless. You're a funny person, Space Shuttle. You have a strange way of asking for things. Your way of asking for things is to say, you are bad for not doing what I want, therefore please do it. Very common, by the way. Instead of saying, please, can you tell a different joke? We say, oh, that joke's inappropriate. Instead of saying, please, can you not do that? We say, oh, that's unchristian. That's un-American. That's not patriotic. In other words, people in the 7th hypothesis that have rejected the logos, remember, 6, 7, 8, 9 are a rejection of 2, 3, 4, and 5. Their way of asking for things isn't, oh, please, this is what I would like, and these are the reasons why I would like it. Would you mind helping me? That's an appeal to providence or understanding or rationality. Their way of saying it is, you are a bad and naughty person if you don't do what I say. If you disagree with the genocide against the Palestinians, you're anti-Semitic. If you disagree with killing millions of Americans to buy bombs by taking away healthcare, you are unpatriotic. If you disagree with Trump, you are, I don't know, what do they call them? Woke. So you're saying, I don't like something, can you please do something else? But instead of just asking, which would be rational or mature, your reaction is, you're tasteless. You're bad. That's seventh hypothesis. That's religious thinking. Now, what you might find is, hey, by the way, weren't you all about the devil earlier? When no one else was talking about the devil, weren't you talking about the devil? When no one else was talking about Christianity, you were talking about Christianity. How does this functioning in your immature relationship to other human beings by making them wrong so you can justify whatever you want, how does that relate to religion? The devil. Are non-Christians evil? And therefore we should crucify them and burn them at the stake and kick them out of America and put them in concentration camps? Genocide them in the Holy Wars, the Crusades? Right? Are the people who challenge the Jewish genocide, are they anti-Semitic and we should kill them? I would like something, please, and instead of just saying it, we have to make the other person wrong. How does that relate to your other projection from earlier about Christianity and the devil? Is a question I would ask someone else, but not you. I'm just talking metaphorically. As an example, I don't want you to answer it because you won't answer it because you have to be in an open and curious state first. Why would I care? Why would I listen to this guy? I already like being a troll. So I'm not talking to you, I'm talking in principle to everybody else. You have written on that table what wisdom is. My God, man. Oh, I don't see the objection with that. Oh, right, so someone who is in that seventh hypothesis, like my man Spaceship here, is opposed to understanding. How will that function with wisdom? Can they be open to understanding wisdom? Nope. So are we seeing a demonstration of what it means to be blocked? If your worldview is the seventh, opposed to understanding, and someone shares with you an understanding of wisdom, instead of saying, hooray! What a fantastic thing you have done! Imagine understanding the nature of human wisdom, or excellence, and the nature of human ignorance, in a way that only has 4 categories fundamentally. Well, wouldn't that be great to put an end to all of the conflict I'm facing in my life? Wouldn't it be great to end this Armageddon we're facing as a species? Wouldn't it be great to end the death and destruction sweeping across our human race? Hooray! I will donate to your channel. Now that's the appropriate response. That's the rational response. Instead, you're bad. I don't like it. Which is the stupid response. Why? Because it opposes your own understanding and learning. There you go. I would agree, Suspicious, that we shouldn't simply ignore those words, though they are separate. Okay. My issue with religion is it leads to repression, and so our problem with religion is it's the veneration of belief. If belief and image thinking is the definition of ignorance, don't tell Spaceship, he'll get very mad that we can understand the nature of ignorance. Because belief in principle opposes the good. Now we've done a dialectic on this. The definition of belief, by definition. So we talk about the building blocks of understanding being the self-logos, or the gods. Or not the forms, but the aspects of pure intelligence. Everything that you've seen, everything that you've thought has been a... Whoops. Zoom in a bit more. Everything that you've seen, everything you've thought, everything you've experienced, wouldn't you agree, has been a whole of parts of some kind? Would you agree that it's been the same as something in that it's a thing, but it's also been different in that it's a different thing? Would you agree also that it's either limited, some sort of boundary around, there's a limit to this flamingo, or it's unlimited, like numbers, you can count numbers forever? Would you agree that they are, what you experience is either in time in their physical world, or it's out of time, the realm of mind? So we can go through that. These are called the Selfer pairs. The Lego pieces of building blocks of understanding that we use to apprehend anything. The different cognitive functions that we have put on the board from 5 through to 1. Image thinking, you don't have to see it again. Image thinking, beliefs, understanding, knowing, can be represented in how these relate. Let's do the whole 6. Why not? Everything that you've seen, this flamingo is like this chicken, in that they're stuffies, but it's unlike it because he likes to drink coffee. That's him drinking my coffee. My coffee's empty. Like or unlike. Everything that you've ever seen or thought about has either been in motion or rest. Wouldn't you agree? Let me catch up. Oh, I'm so far behind. Oh my goodness. Oh my, I'm so far behind. What do I do? I've never had this many chatters before. I think I've been streaming for like 2 years and I haven't had this many chats. I demand a beanie for my labor. What are we talking about? I'm so far behind. There's a Discord. Yes, you can join the Discord. Alright, so whoever is... Oh, you can't share links, I'm afraid. So can you press a space bar between the... Don't know. Oh, he sees it. Thank you. Cool. So wouldn't you agree that these are fundamental building blocks of everything you've seen or thought about and experienced? That 5th hypothesis that says we can't know mind. We are just small beings. We are just physical rocks. We are like ants to God. Even if there was a God, we could not reach him. Therefore, we are just a small part, different from the whole, limited in our existence, always in time, unlike the divine, never at rest, always in motion, disconnected from the whole. You can't experience the divine out of time. That's heresy. You can't be the whole. You can't know the paradigm of reality. That's the mind of God. That's better than Jesus. No one's better than Jesus. He's Jesus, don't you know? He is a cross. My auntie had 50 of them in her kitchen. You can't be better than Jesus. That's the 5th hypothesis. The cognitive function of image thinking defined in relation to the building block Selfer pairs of reality. What's the next one? That's the 5th hypothesis, belief. By the way, to be a Mormon, don't you have to accept certain limitations? You can't read Harry Potter. You need to wear your magic underpants. You have to do gooning with soaking.
Queen of gooning.
Making you the queen of gooning.
Do a poggers.
Which Emma likes for some reason.
Now we're getting into extreme Jordan Peterson levels of whimsy.
We're getting into whimsy here, talking about the weird Mormons and their weird magic underpants. How do they relate to non-Mormons? How do the Jews relate to the Goyim? How do the Christians relate to the heretics? How do the Muslims relate to the infidels? How do the limited people who have to accept the limitation of their belief, whatever it is, racist belief, MAGA belief, religious belief, you name it, relate to those who are free? You'll go to hell. How do parents relate to children when they see their children free? Imagine a parent who was attacked by a dog and they see their child having fun with this dog in an open, free state of mind. How does the parent react? In opposition to freedom. Don't you know the dog will bite your face off? You will bite your face off. Run from the dog. Don't you know you go to hell if you don't believe in Jeebus? Don't you know that the Goyim are just cattle for the Jews? We will genocide you if you're not loyal Jewish. Don't you know if you don't wear your magic underpants? Joseph Smith, white Jesus, whatever the Mormons think. Bunch of gooners.
Goon.
So we can define the cognitive function of belief as being a part, as being different from the same, part different from the whole, limited, always in motion and never peace. You will never ever get peace by definition if you allow belief to have any rulership position and do not recognize that belief is simply a development of our cognitive processes as human beings that define our ignorance. We need beliefs to get the false beliefs about self we are here to address in our reincarnation. Beliefs are not it. The veneration of our beliefs is what Achilles did in the Iliad. I'm a special person, I'm never going to reflect. The Republicans do it. We are the special people, we will never reflect. Religious, we already know the truth. It was written 1,000,000 years ago, we'll never reflect. That lack of reflection is an opposition to mind or ousia, which means reflection, and a lack of understanding or faith. We know the world isn't 5,000 years old. That's understanding. Or can you prove with understanding Mary was a virgin? No, you have to just believe it anyway. It's a rejection of the two categories, or the two aspects of wisdom, knowing or ousia, and understanding or logos. It's not to be taken literally, it's a reflection of your problem that you are supposed to reflect on in the activity of midwifery and dream analysis. Otherwise, how does it end? So by definition, it's the cognitive function. So image thinking means, or atheism or materialism means there's no connection to the whole. Belief means identification with, of these self pairs. We can recognize one is greater, one is lesser. Again, it's not seventh hypothesis. Everything is equal to your own opinions, or the devil is equal and opposite to God. Bad guys are opposite to good guys. No. It's a hierarchical unfoldment of the greater and the lesser that are in the physical world and the world of mind. Any experience, they are always connected. Now there's a question about the final stage of self, which isn't an experience, but we'll get to that in a moment. Greater and lesser. The identification with the lesser, the limits, always in time, always in conflict, always at war, always in motion. Identification with the lesser in conflict with the greater is the definition of belief. So we can build up our map with these self pairs. Excuse my handwriting. Let's use a different color. What color? This one. Self pairs. Why do we call them selfers? Because we're not talking about whole experienced as an adjective, a whole chicken. We're talking about whole itself. So here we have our cognitive functions. 5. Fifth is disconnection. The fourth, which is belief, which is identification with the lesser, in conflict with the greater. It's all from the text, by the way. I mean, we had to put it together ourselves. Therefore, the reason death and destruction sweep across our land is when people who are believers are allowed to be in charge. Religion, conservatism, capitalism. What does it end with? Armageddon. Why? Because you need to solve problems actually, you need understanding. Which is a third. Which is your state of mind. As our friend said, you are thinking in relation to the whole. It's in the text as well, state of mind of the whole, while functioning providentially to the parts. That's understanding. So we start to develop true understanding from the third Oxherding picture, our glimpse of the whole. We might be led there in the second by reading about, hey, in the text that we've been reading, we're learning it's all about the self. It's all about the self logos. And we have our glimpse in the third Oxherding picture. We take that as our memory or our visualization or our imagination, and we try and have that experience as often and with as long as we can. So it's the opposite of belief. Belief is identifying with the lesser in conflict with the greater. Notice we've already talked about why it has to be in conflict. Because if you don't understand the whole of the computer, how can you, by just recognizing a part, how can you fix the computer? If you just recognize the part, we are the Jews, we are the Muslims, we are the Christians. How the hell can you solve human problems if all you know is just this one small part of the experience of human cognition? You can't. You can still do a genocide, a holy war, bring the world to the destruction of our species. That's what happens when we let the most harmful cognitive function, belief, rule. What do we call that? Politics, religion, capitalism. Capitalism, clergy, and conservatism. The CCC, the new KKK. Understanding is to have the whole as your state of mind, which is out of time, so you are divine, consciousness itself. To use your art of dialectic to providentially solve human problems. So belief as a part can't help understanding, but understanding as a whole can help parts. Now we've got one more. The second hypothesis, knowing. And as upset as our friend Spaceship got, it's these two together which define wisdom. That's the glimpse. The glimpse is the third Oxherding picture of the second hypothesis, cognitive function of knowing, which is described as the best qualities. We talked about this earlier today. The best qualities. The greatest whole of the greatest parts. The same that includes all difference. Can you see how this is the idea of justice? For evolution, do you have to create a sameness in humanity so no one is persecuted, no one is enslaved, no one goes without a house, no billionaire Epstein class or any of that bullshit? But also you have to account for differences. Otherwise, how does a species evolve? Right? Differences in our evolution add to the species, allow for development. Therefore, this experience of the second hypothesis, or pure ousia, is defined as the greatest of both, It's unlimited, so people who have experienced it talk about seeing in infinite directions, but it's also self-contained, so it's also limited. It's a oneness, but it's also infinity. And our question is, what's the first? If that's the self, how do we define the self? The knowing of the self. So, by that we understand, by definition, belief is the cause of all human conflict, drama, genocide within our soul, within our species, within our race, within the cosmos. Now, if someone's not happy with that, we can go to the next stage of our dialectic. I don't quite understand. I haven't really thought about this idea that everything is a whole and part and same and different. Confuses my brain. I haven't thought about it for very long. I'm not with you. Oh, good. We have the dialectic, which means we can go from the definition of belief to show how it functions. By the way, so definition to demonstration. By the way, do we all seek our good goals? Is that the whole game? We seek a goal? We want our happiness? Or the removal of our sadness? And are there steps that we have to follow to reach that goal? How do scammers work? If we seek our good goal, and we understand the nature of the good, we can't be scammed. Oh, therefore, belief is necessary to convince you the bad goal is actually good. Hey, if we genocide the world, Jesus comes back. Genociding the world is a bad goal. Belief is necessary to convince people it's actually good, actually.
Disgusting. I'm so disgusted.
It's so disgusting.
These absolute dullards, borderline chimps, who want to kiss a fox.
These borderline chimps want to kiss a fox. Another way of tricking people is saying, hey, we want this. I'm not going to use belief to convince you the bad goal is good. We want a good goal. We want the price of petrol to go down. The price of eggs to go down. But what I can do with belief is say, hey, if you understand the necessary good steps to reach that good goal, that's called being rational. But if I say, hey, just trust me because I'm a politician, or I'm a clergyman, or I'm a capitalist billionaire from the Epstein class, I can convince you the bad steps if we only genocide enough Palestinians, if we only triple tap enough Iranian girls' schools, then we will get cheap eggs. Wouldn't you agree those are the only two ways of tricking people to act against their own interests? To convince them the bad goal is good or the bad steps are good. Therefore, belief is necessary. If you understand the steps, you can't be tricked. If you understand the goal or what's the good, you can't be tricked. That's called the bad goal is unintelligible. It's not knowable directly through the second hypothesis, knowing. Ousia is what's good, what's bad is anti-ousia. The steps have to be rational. Therefore, the definition of evil by believers in evil is what is irrational and unintelligible. But what we see is not really evil, it's belief. So the definition of evil, irrational or unintelligible, bad steps or bad goals, opposes the use of reason, logos, and ousia. It's not actually evil though, is it? It's belief. Therefore, by its functioning, the nature of all human problems is belief, while what's the nature of all human excellence is the use of rationality or logos and intelligibility or ousia, the dialectic. Therefore, We don't need to create the idea of evil to understand human problems. It's simply the functioning or demonstration of belief. We also don't need to blow up the world so Jesus comes back and so finally all the devils are defeated by the angels of the Lord. No, we just need dialectical understanding. Therefore, the conflict is not between good and evil, it's between ignorance and wisdom. Or the ignorance, which is the opposition, which is belief. Ignorance, the functioning of belief in opposition to ousia and logos, or unintelligible and irrational, the cause of human problems in its functioning. And it's our excellence or wisdom is actually intelligibility and actual logos, and that's the dialectic. So, if someone wasn't happy with that definition of belief, to identify with the lesser in conflict with the greater, oh, hooray from Ocean says, pat on the head. Ocean says to me,
Off the perky, call me Kirky.
you seem like you're off the perky. I'll call you Kirky.
Funny, cool, and accents. Come on.
Come on, man. Then you can go into the demonstration. Now, if they're like, I enjoyed it, thank you. No, I'm happy. Uh-oh, speaking of streaming, let's just pause for a second. Sometimes there's a streamer that streams on a Monday. They're not streaming, but the other channel is streaming. Okay. All right, we'll finish this up because my streamer is streaming. So, they're not happy with that explanation. You can go into divisions. Either dividing it up into the divisions or classes of beliefs, prejudice beliefs that are opposed to reason and evidence, supernatural beliefs. We know the world isn't 5,000 years old, but some Christians have to believe that, otherwise they go to hell forever. Or unprovable. Can you prove Mary was a virgin? Nope. You have to believe it? Yep. That's called being absurd. So prejudices are opposed to evidence and reason. Supernatural or religious beliefs are opposed to evidence and reason, and also unprovable. Two kinds. And underlying all of that is our pathologos. Also opposed to reason and evidence, but it's specifically about our self and reality, and they're unsuspected. So each of those divisions, we can go and synthesize. They are all opposed to evidence and reason. Another way of doing division, you could say, is what happens if believers have ruling over the divisions within our society? Why are you not banned yet? Why would I ban you? You're my OG viewer. What happens when belief-based people have rulership? Kings or conservatives. Believers. There is no right-wing party, it's just the Pathologos party. They don't have to show any understanding of the nature of the soul, its excellence, how to remove problems, and how to create a society that facilitates our purpose. Nope, no understanding of the nature of the soul and its development, it's just beliefs, buddy. Mary had a lot of myrrh, maybe they gave miracle. Very funny. We have jokers in our chat.
How can you be this stupid? How is it legal? How is it legal?
That's a bit harsh, Oracle. By the way, another group that doesn't have to demonstrate understanding, pilot has to demonstrate understanding. If a pilot ever said, well, I believe, fired. If a doctor ever uses his personal beliefs, fired. They have to demonstrate an understanding, and they can't use their beliefs. But you know who can? Clergy. Do the capitalists have to show an understanding of why they benefit humanity by having all the power and wealth? Nope. What do they say? I believe we are special. I'm a white, racist South African, says Elon Musk. I'm a job creator, says the capitalist removing all jobs for AI. It will trickle down, says the capitalists, who have just gotten richer and richer while everyone's gotten poorer. So another way of doing division is showing how the divisions of our society function when ruled by belief. Conservatism, religion, capitalism. All of which lead to death and destruction. The Dark Ages. Capitalism. No one gets healthcare because the dollars for the next quarter have to go up. Genocide. Concentration camps for the minorities in America. So, another way of synthesizing the divisions. They all lead to death and destruction, or they all oppose evidence and reason. Therefore, the final stage is to take that synthesis, so we've gone from the definition of belief as the cause of problems, its demonstration or functioning to show it's necessary and the cause of all human problems and injustice. The divisions to show how it divides up in society, or the divisions of the classes of belief, either way. And then from division, you synthesize it. They're all opposed to evidence and reason, all lead to death and destruction. And the last stage is other, back to self. Therefore, the definition of belief is to identify with the lesser in opposition with the greater, carrying back with us this understanding that we have gained by doing the dialectic, returning from the many back to the one. Therefore, belief is to be identified with the lesser aspect of the self-logos pairs in opposition to logos and ousia, or the dialectic and meaning of life, leading to the death and destruction of all life, Armageddon. The inevitable, predictable consequence of belief is the extinction of our human race, or Armageddon. So that shows through the dialectic the nature of all human problems in 4 different ways that you can lead anybody through to show that it's not because of evil or Satan or the Browns or the evil women's getting a right to vote. It's simply belief. And of course, your job could therefore be to take the opposite. If it's the opposite of understanding, can you give a definition of understanding? How it functions, demonstration. How understanding can be used in every different division. And its conclusion, synthesis and analysis. That would be practicing the dialectic in the best way that you can. So, mega stream today, 5.5 hours. Thank you for everyone who's hung out. We've got more chatters than ever today. Which means I'm going to have to get used to keeping up with the chat. And I'm going to also have to, I don't know, stay focused on the text maybe. It's fun to have a yap today. We got through, we haven't got through it. We started on the 6th Oxherding picture, so we'll pick it up then tomorrow or next time. But it seems to be this mastery of the dialectic. Let me catch up with chat. Where's your evil doppelganger? Unawakening philosophy. At least he will have merch. I don't know. Maybe you can do a what are those streamers that have like a little anime character? VTuber. You can do a VTuber version of them. Just give me 10% of the merch. All I would add is that painting groups as all bad runs the risk of eclipsing the good found within these groups. A solid understanding should surely stand on its own merits without needing to be accessorized by lesser without drawing from good in other disciplines. Right, so if you happen to be a human being, then you will have some level of belief operating until you complete your work in midwifery and dream analysis. The bad things you'll do will be because of them, but you'll still have some level of participation and understanding. It'll be very diminished. Some insight into the divine, again, very diminished. So it's not that, beliefs are actually good, actually. No, they're all bad, and we've demonstrated that quite exhaustively. It's that human beings are not just in one state of mind. The good that you do is in spite of belief. I think there's a famous debate with Stephen Fry, Christopher Hitchens, and maybe Dawkins, Richard Dawkins, which is the famous on YouTube, that religious people are good in spite of their belief. And religion will make otherwise good people do bad things. So that's to say, we all have some mix of these. And that's why we're in the Oxsetting Pictures. The Oxsetting Pictures will depict the stages of moving yourself out of ignorance into wisdom, from a glimpse, addressing the counterattack, having some success in number 5, leading to a mastery number 6. You've still got 7, 8, 9, and 10 to go. Give me beanies. Thank you for having us. Oh, thanks for being here. Thoroughly enjoyed today. Oh, thank you so much. That's very nice of you to say. I enjoy you all being here. I'll design one and charge him $1 million? Okay, I want more than 10%. In pesos. What's the exchange rate to Australian dollars? Philosophy chat can be hard to keep up with because lots of ideas are flying about. Yes, I'll get better as I go. Speaking of which, I've been putting off streaming music for a while, but I need to start practicing my music streaming, and I'm hoping that I'll get better as I go. So, if you are interested, follow along Jed Phoenix Music, and hopefully tomorrow I'll start my regular... I can make a regular music streaming, and we can chat and play music and have lots of fun. I don't know how to rig. I think Ocean knows more about VTubing. I was kidding. I don't want to make any more. I've already got this, and I've already got my music channel. I do have these. No, not him. Not him. These guys. Where are they? There they are. There's Jesus there, and there's Socrates. And there's the chorus there. That's as close as I get. Oh, and I think I have similar, if we do the next book, is everything relative to personal opinions, a common belief we have to address in our own development. I think I even have little images for those guys there too. I can give what little VTube advice I know. Maybe for Sus, and she can do the anti-philosophy dude. Like Colbert Report doing the anti-Republican guy. I don't know. Thanks for joining me. Next time, the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th Oxherding picture. And we'll see how that relates to wisdom and the self. And then once we get that done, there's a new translation of the Oxherding pictures done by Pierre Grimes, the author of the book we've been reading. So we can compare the two. That'll be exciting. Thank you for joining me, and I will see you either in the music stream or in the next one. Thank you so much. And then I play the music.